Chapter 887. Me with a thought pump. Suddenly, a dazzling golden fist smashed over like a sun, shattering the purple gold taiji once again. Yi Fei felt an intense pain in his chest as he was nearly smashed to pieces by this punch. This clone was too strong. Strictly speaking, it was Yi Fei who was too strong. However, this held difficulty assessment required Yi Fei to defeat him. How is this possible? Yi Fei finally understood the meaning of death on the Hell Portal. To defeat the enemy, there would always be a way. But to defeat oneself, that was extremely difficult. Out of 1,000 people, perhaps all of them would fail. How am I supposed to fight like this? Kill. Taking advantage of Yi Fei's injury, the clone's attacks became even more frenzied. He brandished 10 sword beams in a row. The terrifying sword beams formed a huge mountain range that smashed towards Yi Fei. If Yi Fei was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured in his current state. Helpless, Yi Fei could only use the purple gold taiji once again to withstand the 10 sword beams. At the same time, the clone sneered and charged over again. His fists were like 2 golden meteors as they smashed towards Yi Fei without mercy. I've already suffered twice. Do you think I'll suffer a third time? Great void steps. The instant the clone rushed over, Yi Fei's heart stirred. He quickly used the great void steps and rushed from the front to the back of the clone. This time I've dodged my attack. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a little smug after finally turning the tables. However, before he could be smug for too long, the clone was taken aback. The instant Yi Fei used the void to dodge, the clone also used the great void steps and appeared behind Yi Fei. His cold fists smashed down once again with a blazing radiance. Purple gold Tai Chi. No, this clone already knows its weakness. I have to use a more powerful martial art. That's right, Battle Demon Golden Body. Ever since Yi Fei obtained the purple gold Tai Chi, which was a combination of the power of Azura and the power of the War Demon, he had almost forgotten that when he was still weak, the War Demon Golden Body was his strongest defense. At this moment, Yi Fei had no choice but to hurriedly use the Battle Demon Golden Body and quickly land on the ground, hoping to reduce the damage he received. However, the clone's attack did not land. When it sensed that Yi Fei was using a new martial art, it immediately dispelled the purple gold Tai Chi and used the Battle Demon Golden Body. What's going on? I was frightened just now and subconsciously used the Battle Demon Golden Body. Why didn't this clone take the opportunity to attack? Vaguely, Yi Fei felt as if he had grasped something, but that feeling seemed illusory. But it didn't matter. If my own perception is not enough, then let the undying sword soul continue to increase my perception. If one time of perception is not enough, then 10 times. If 10 times is not enough, then 100 times. In any case, as long as the undying sword soul was full, he would be able to increase his perception without limit. Boom, boom, boom. During this time, the clone also began to madly attack Yi Fei. All sorts of sword lights formed a terrifying net of light, trying to kill Yi Fei. Yi Fei did not think of anything. He only focused on dodging while thinking, observing, and using the undying sword soul to comprehend. Strangely, when Yi Fei no longer thought of using martial arts to counterattack, no matter how crazy the clone's attacks were, Yi Fei did not suffer any injuries. What's going on? I clearly dispelled my battle consciousness and only focused on dodging and thinking. Why did the clone's attacks suddenly become so chaotic? Wait, battle consciousness, battle consciousness. I understand. Kill. Yi Fei's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. This time, he did not think of anything. He suddenly rushed up and punched at the clone. A trace of panic suddenly flashed across the clone's face. He didn't immediately counterattack. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and then slashed out an angry sword light. At this time, Yi Fei's mind was filled with luck. He didn't think about anything and just followed his battle instincts that had formed from countless battles. He suddenly used void steps and appeared behind the clone. Boom! The clone's reaction was very fast. He actually wanted to use the void steps to circle behind Yi Fei and counterattack. But at this time, Yi Fei's fists moved. He subconsciously waved his fists. Sky Demon Kill. Yi Fei's mind was free of distracting thoughts. He was completely relying on his instincts to fight. He used whatever martial arts he wanted to use. He did not even need to use his brain to think. After 10 years of cultivation and countless battles, Yi Fei had already formed an instinctive battle memory. At the same time, facing Yi Fei's irregular fighting style, the clone was clearly flustered. He clearly had the purple gold taiji to use, but he actually allowed the Sky Demon Kill to blast a bloody hole in his shoulder. He angrily fell to the ground. Success. My guess was correct. Although this clone can copy all my martial arts, the only thing he can't copy is my combat instinct. Combat instinct was different from combat awareness. Combat awareness was something that all martial artists possessed. In battle, they would consciously use all sorts of martial arts and combine them. The clone also grasped this point. He constantly grasped the flaws, gaps, and even mistakes in Yi Fei's martial arts combination to counterattack. This was also the reason why Yi Fei could not defeat the clone despite possessing the same martial arts. This was because the clone had already grasped his combat awareness a step ahead of him. Therefore, what Yi Fei could do was give up on his combat awareness and rely solely on his instincts to fight. The martial arts he used were also based on his instincts formed from countless battles. This made the clone unable to grasp any flaws. Naturally, he was unable to pose an effective threat to Yi Fei. So that's how it is. This is the true content of the Hell difficulty test. If I want to pass, I must transform my combat awareness into combat instinct. This is the so-called no move beats a move principle. Yi Fei's mind churned with countless thoughts and flashes of brilliance. Then, these thoughts and brilliance suddenly disappeared. Take another strike from me. Yi Fei roared. Without any thoughts or moves, Yi Fei naturally slashed out with his sword. Facing this strike, the clone panicked. He first used the purple gold taiji, then used the battle demon golden body. Finally, he gave up on these two martial arts. He wanted to become one with the sword and use the three swords of heaven, earth, and man boom. Boom! Just as the clone's combat awareness was in chaos, and he did not know what martial arts to use to deal with the attack, Yi Fei's sword cleaved the clone in half from head to toe. Martial arts are dead, but people are alive. This is what it means to have no move beats a move. It is also a combat instinct that is more powerful than combat awareness. Yi Fei looked at the clone that was gradually disappearing in front of him. His eyes flashed with the light of enlightenment. This time, he did not increase his realm or strength. Although his strength did not increase or decrease, Yi Fei's understanding of martial arts had reached a new realm. The realm of combat instinct. A thought gives birth to me. A thought gives birth to the world. Congratulations, Challenger. You are the second junior to pass my test and comprehend combat instinct. Chapter 888. 3 Ultimate Martial Emperor. I was born with a thought, and the world was born with a thought. Yi Fei stood in the martial imperial palace, mulling over these words. He seemed to have understood something, but at the same time, he seemed to have understood nothing. However, Yi Fei knew that the martial emperor had set up such a strict test, not because he wanted Yi Fei to learn how to fight, but because he wanted Yi Fei to comprehend more. It's a pity that I'm not even a martial saint, and the martial Tao is too vast. Even I don't understand what this martial emperor meant when he left behind these words. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. Although the difference between a martial saint and a martial emperor was only one realm, this difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter what, it's all thanks to this martial emperor's guidance that I was able to turn my battle consciousness into my fighting instincts. I will remember Senior's words. By the way, Senior, you said that I was the second person to pass the Hell mode. Who was the first? Yi Fei cupped his hands and looked respectfully at the sky above the martial imperial palace. However, he did not hear anything. Yi Fei finally understood that although martial emperors and martial emperors could leave behind their consciousnesses, martial emperors' consciousnesses were not as immortal as martial emperors' consciousnesses. Martial emperors' consciousnesses could only mechanically carry out orders from their previous lives. Of course, they could not answer Yi Fei's question. After passing the hell mode, 3 treasure chests appeared in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei walked over to take a look. Sword scripture, saber scripture, formation scripture. The 3 treasure chests in front of him were actually 3 martial arts classics. At the same time, Yi Fei finally understood the origin of the martial imperial palace through the introduction on the treasure chests. It turns out that the owner of the martial imperial palace was a martial genius who mastered the saber, sword, and formation scripture. Later on, he broke through to the martial emperor realm and was known as the 3 ultimate martial emperor. Unfortunately, this 3 ultimate martial emperor was unlucky. He was severely injured during one of his adventures and died at an untimely age. He died here when he was a 2nd layer martial emperor. Yi Fei looked at the introduction on the treasure chest and could not help but sigh. To be able to cultivate 3 martial Dao classics at the same time, this 3 ultimate martial monarch was undoubtedly an absolute genius. But even such a genius would fall in the end. It had to be said that the path of martial arts was full of bumps and thorns. If you want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, you must cut through all obstacles and move forward bravely. Yi Fei was also moved after seeing the experience of this 3 ultimate martial emperor. Then, he tried to open the treasure chest of the sword scripture, but he was shocked to find that it was empty. There was nothing inside. He then opened the knife scripture's treasure chest and found that it was still empty. There was nothing inside. In the end, Yi Fei did not give up. He opened the array scripture treasure chest, but it was still empty. There was nothing inside. What's going on? The purpose of the 3 ultimate martial emperor setting up so many tests should be to select a descendant to continue his martial arts. Why is there nothing here? Could it be that the previous one took all of it? Suddenly, Yi Fei remembered that he was not the first person to enter the real martial imperial palace. Before him, there was another person who passed the Hell grade test. Needless to say, the 3 ultimate martial emperor's absolute art must have been taken away by that person. It seems like I'm late. After going through so much trouble, I passed the Hell grade test with great difficulty, but I didn't get anything. Yi Fei stood up gloomily and started looking around, looking for other treasures. I remember that Jiang Chang said that there was a treasure in the martial imperial palace that the Jiang clan was determined to get. They even sent me here to help. What treasure is that? He started looking around the martial imperial palace. Not long after, Yi Fei found a strange place. Yeah, there's an underground palace in the martial imperial palace. I wonder where this underground palace leads to. Yi Fei walked down the underground palace curiously. Boom! The scene inside gave Yi Fei a fright. He saw a tall figure sitting in the middle of the underground palace. His body was constantly emitting a mysterious aura of heaven and earth. It's the corpse of the 3 ultimate martial emperor. I didn't expect that after 2,000 years, the 3 ultimate martial emperor's corpse could still emit such a terrifying aura of heaven and earth. Yi Fei was very shocked. He now knew how powerful a martial emperor was. Even after 2,000 years, the martial emperor still hadn't completed his Dao transformation. No, young man, you are wrong. The 3 ultimate martial emperor has already completed his Dao transformation. This corpse is only his shadow. Suddenly, a hoarse and old voice came out of the underground palace. It seemed like he had heard it before. Yi Fei was immediately startled. He thought that the 3 ultimate martial emperor's soul had not died. Who are you? Are you the 3 ultimate martial emperor? Yi Fei shouted loudly. He already regretted coming to the underground palace. Even if it was just a soul fragment, he would not be able to deal with a martial emperor. Haha, who am I? Young man, you're holding the emperor-based saint sword I gave you. Don't you know who I am? The old voice reminded him. Then, a stooped figure slowly walked out of the corpse of the 3 ultimate martial emperor. However, this figure seemed to be restrained by some kind of restriction. He could only take 3 steps before a chain formed by black smoke bound him to the corpse of the 3 ultimate martial emperor. He could only stand there helplessly and look at Yi Fei. I'm Jiang Min, young man. You should understand now. Jiang Min, you are the martial sage Jiang Min. Yi Fei's eyes widened. Jiang Min was the only martial sage of Northern Feng Mansion and Jiang Cheng's grandfather. But didn't Jiang Cheng say that his grandfather was dying and could no longer fight? However, Jiang Min was able to fight with Lin Songhai outside Imperial Palace. The strangest thing was, didn't the martial Imperial Palace say that martial sages and cultivators over the age of 30 were not allowed to enter? Then how did this Jiang Min enter? The more Yi Fei thought about it, the more confused he became. Somehow, he felt that something was not right. Young man, don't think about it. I even gave you the emperor-based saint's sword. How can I hurt you? You are my grandson Jiang Cheng's friend, so you are my junior. Get me out of here first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Jiang Min seemed to be in a hurry and kept trying to get closer to Yi Fei. Yi Fei was not stupid. There was something strange about this. He did not dare to let Jiang Min, a martial sage, out. At the same time, Yi Fei saw the black chain around Jiang Min's neck and soon realized what was going on. I see. Martial sages are not allowed to enter Imperial Palace. The only way you can enter is to pass the Imperial Palace like I did. I see. You are the first person to pass the Hell level test before me. But I don't understand why you have been trapped here for so many years when you have passed the Hell level test. Who is Jiang Min outside? Chapter 889. Warrior sages scheming Yi Fei's words also startled Jiang Min. What did you say? You passed the Hell level. Damn it, I actually miscalculated. Jiang Min was very angry as he angrily said, No wonder you were so vigilant towards this old man. I originally thought that I had already thought highly of you. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated you. You actually didn't follow my grandson through the hard mode of the portal, but chose the Hell mode of the portal. Didn't Jiang Cheng tell you that the Hell mode of the portal is a land of death? Even if it was a dead zone, I passed it and you did the same. Yi Fei gave Jiang Min a contemptuous look. Although the man was a warrior sage, Yi Fei still couldn't respect him. The man was obviously a schemer, but Yi Fei wondered if Jiang Cheng had played a part in it. At the same time, Yi Fei inwardly felt lucky that he hadn't met up with Jiang Cheng in a hurry. If he hadn't chosen the Hell level, he would have been betrayed and still be counting the money. Jiang Min snorted at those words. Kid, what do you know? I entered the Hell level back then because my brother set me up. He wanted to kill me in the Hell level so that he could inherit Northern Feng Mansion. I, Jiang Min, was lucky enough to pass the Hell mode trial. From then on, I swore that I would never trust anyone again, not even my family. After the trial in Imperial Palace, I returned to Northern Feng Mansion, killed my brother, and inherited the throne. To prevent a repeat of the tragedy, I gave the order that from now on, the mansion would only train one person and focus all our resources on one person. The rest of the family would become mediocre. Only then would there be no internal strife in the Jiang family. Jiang Min looked at Yi Fei coldly. That was a pair of cold and cruel eyes. Yi Fei could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had a growing feeling that something bad was going to happen. Without waiting for Jiang Min to finish speaking, he turned around and immediately walked away. You can say whatever you want. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. After that, Yi Fei rushed out of the underground palace as fast as he could. Boom! It was also at this moment that a terrifying power of heaven and earth filled the entire underground palace. Yi Fei felt like he was carrying two huge mountains on his back. The pressure of a martial saint. Jiang Min, you're so despicable. You had Jiang Cheng trick me into coming here. What on earth have you done to me? I don't think I've ever offended Northern Feng Mansion. Yi Fei suddenly felt a huge rage in his heart. He wanted to struggle free, but the might of a martial sage was too terrifying. He was instantly forced to kneel on the ground, unable to move even a finger. Seeing that Yi Fei was unable to resist, Jiang Min nodded coldly. He shook his head arrogantly and said, Yi Fei, you are still too young. You are not paying attention to this old man's words. This old man has said it before. A long time ago, I no longer trusted anyone, including Jiang Cheng. So, Jiang Cheng didn't betray me. Yi Fei suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He had a good impression of Jiang Cheng. If he was betrayed by Jiang Cheng, it would definitely be a depressing matter. Haha, whether it's Jiang Cheng, Lin Songhai, or you, the three of you are all pawns under this old man's control. To deal with you, I alone am enough. Why would I need to rely on others? Jiang Min was not an ordinary conceited person. At first glance, one could tell that he was the kind of person who acted arbitrarily. Yi Fei's stomach sank. As he tried to think of a countermeasure, he feigned surprise and asked, Lin Songhai is your pawn as well? That can't be. I heard that Lin Songhai has been scaring you like a coward all these years. How dare you? Boom. Before he could finish his words, Yi Fei's strength had increased by at least twofold. Just a little more, and he would have knelt down. However, Yi Fei gritted his teeth and slowly raised his head. Glaring at Jiang Min, he sneered. You don't have the right to make me kneel. I only want to ask you two things. After that, you could do whatever you want with me. Although Yi Fei didn't know why Jiang Min had lured him here, he knew that he had fallen into Jiang Min's trap. You're quite stubborn. It's a pity that you're not a member of the Jiang family. However, since you're going to suffer in my place, I can fulfill your wish. You can ask whatever you want. Jiang Min looked at Yi Fei mockingly with a magnanimous look. Jiang Min was very conceited. Although only a part of his soul was trapped here, he was still a martial sage expert. Moreover, he had been absorbing the energy of the martial emperor Dao transformation all these years. It could be said that Jiang Min's remnant soul trapped here was even more powerful than the martial sage Jiang Min outside. Therefore, Jiang Min believed that he could completely suppress Yi Fei. If he wanted Yi Fei to be round, he would be round. If he wanted Yi Fei to be flat, he would be flat. There was no need for him to take Yi Fei seriously. This was a form of disdain. Yi Fei was filled with anger at such disdain. However, he could only endure it for the time being. He asked in a deep voice, Jiang Min, I want to know why you're trapped here. What's your purpose for tricking me here? Jiang Min was in a good mood as he mocked. Why? Do you want to know my background? Do you think that an ant like you can resist a martial sage like me? Why? You should at least let me know before I die. Yi Fei said with a sad smile. All right, there's no harm in telling you. You should have seen the 3 treasure chests outside. Back then, the 3 ultimate martial emperor had set the test in hopes of finding 3 disciples to inherit his 3 supreme techniques. Unfortunately, I was greedy back then and wanted to take all 3 supreme techniques for myself. A look of regret suddenly flashed across Jiang Min's face. Unfortunately, the 3 ultimate martial emperor was too shrewd. He had already made arrangements for this situation. Although I took the sword scripture, the array scripture, and the saber scripture split my soul into 3. A part of my remnant soul escaped with the sword scripture and became the omnipotent great sage. The other part of my soul was trapped by the array scripture and became what I am now. As for the last part of my soul, I attached it to the saber scripture and purposely let Lin Songhai, who came later, get it. I wanted to use Lin Songhai to pass the martial imperial palace and let him come here to receive the punishment on my behalf. Unfortunately, Jiang Min shook his head and sighed. Yi Fei said with a cold smile, Unfortunately, Lin Songhai was more shrewd than you. He didn't fall for the trap. Instead, he took the saber scripture and left directly. He even became the omnipotent great sage. Shrewd, haha. Jiang Min laughed disdainfully. Lin Songhai, that piece of trash, is worthy of being called shrewd. Back then, I risked the destruction of my soul to give him half of the saber scripture and the golden battle saber on purpose, hoping that he could improve his strength and pass the test. Who would have thought that Lin Songhai was actually a piece of trash? I gave him half of the saber scripture and an emperor weapon, but he didn't even pass the hard level test. In the end, he still failed. However, Lin Songhai misunderstood because of this. He sensed my aura on the saber scripture and thought that I only obtained half of the saber scripture like him. Whoever obtains the remaining half of the saber scripture will be able to obtain the complete saber scripture and dominate the royal wind city. Therefore, all these years, I purposely kept a low profile. On one hand, I pretended that my lifespan was about to run out. On the other hand, I let the Lin clan grow stronger and numb Lin Songhai. I knew that once that idiot Lin Songhai found out that I was about to die, he would definitely use all his strength to cultivate a stronger descendant in the Lin clan. Then, he would enter the martial imperial palace again and try to pass the test. Chapter 890. Resurrection in Another Body. Don't you think you've gone overboard? Lin Songhai is your enemy. It's fine if you scheme against him, but Jiang Cheng is your grandson. Do you have any humanity left in you? Yi Fei glared angrily at Jiang Min, the martial sage. Jiang Min shook her head and sighed. Sigh. A general success is built on thousands of bones. It's the same for a martial sage. If you don't walk on this path, you will never know how cruel it is. If I die, the Jiang family will be finished. If Jiang Cheng dies, I can still nurture a second outstanding descendant. Since you already have Lining and Jiang Cheng as scapegoats, and I have no enmity with you, why must you drag me into this? Yi Fei was completely speechless. He felt that Jiang Min's personality had been distorted by power, and she no longer cared about her own family. Jiang Min looked deeply at Yi Fei and frowned. You really have a lot of questions. Although Jiang Cheng and Lining are outstanding, they did not surpass Lin Songhai by much. Lin Songhai did not pass the hard difficulty test, so Lining and Jiang Cheng might not be able to pass it either. You can only blame yourself for being too outstanding in the Royal Wind City. Even I was surprised. To be safe, I have to turn you into my chess piece. The facts proved Jiang Min's judgment. Not only did Yi Fei pass the hard difficulty test, but he also became the second person after him to pass the hell difficulty test. Now, you know everything you need to know. Can you give your body to me? Don't worry, I will take over your body. Your soul will not be destroyed. Instead, it will replace me and be trapped in this martial imperial palace. Jiang Min's expression turned sinister as she said this. She did not want to talk to Yi Fei anymore. Yi Fei complained incessantly when he felt Jiang Min's undisguised killing intent. He had used all his strength just to resist Jiang Min's martial sage aura. If Jiang Min wanted to take over his body, he really did not have many ways to deal with it, unless he was willing to disregard everything and use that move. Wait, I still have one last question. Why are you so troublesome? You're already dead, yet you still ask so many questions. Jiang Min was very impatient. She waved her hand and said, You are worried about your sister, right? Don't worry, Jiang Min, am a martial sage. I have no choice but to take over your body. As for your sister, not only will I not harm her, but I will also take her as my adopted daughter after I leave this place. I will do my best to nurture her. Jiang Min's expression became more and more sinister. At the same time, black qi began to appear on his body, as if he was preparing some kind of secret technique. Yi Fei secretly scolded Jiang Min for being shameless. Knowing that my sister has a special bloodline, she wants to take her in as an adopted daughter. Senior, that's not what I want to ask. What I want to know is whether you can contact your sister outside. I have a Magic Emperor Sutra and Battle God, Tao hidden somewhere. Since I'm going to die, it would be a pity to bury these two classics and Taoism classics. If it's possible, I want you to pass a message to my younger sister on my behalf. That's not what I want to know. Yi Fei's face was filled with despair. Jiang Min, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. What did you say? Not only do you have martial classics, but you also have Taoism classics. No wonder you are so extraordinary. Unfortunately, once the martial imperial palace opens, the entire space will be sealed. I will also lose contact with my real body. I have to wait for the martial imperial palace to close before I can contact my real body again. Just tell me where you have hidden the two classics. Jiang Min was overjoyed. He felt that he was really wise and brilliant. His plan was flawless. Originally, he only wanted to use Yi Fei to escape. He did not expect that not only did Yi Fei have martial classics, but he also had Taoism classics that could allow one to break through to the martial emperor realm. Jiang Min was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. This Yifei is so silly and cute. I want to harm him, but he actually gave me treasures. What a good kid. Jiang Min thought of this and was no longer in a hurry to take over Yifei's body. Even his eyes became kind. Yifei, tell me quickly, where did you hide the Taoism classics? If you want to know, sure. Go to your Jiang family's ancestral grave and slowly dig it out. Perhaps you will find it after you dig it out completely. Yifei's face revealed a mocking smile. Since he knew that this remnant soul could not connect with Jiang Min outside, then it was impossible for Jiang Min to harm Yishanshan and Xiajun. Since that was the case, Yifei had nothing to be afraid of. You are just a martial sage's remnant soul. I can't defeat a martial sage, but don't tell me I can't kill a remnant soul like you. What? You actually dare to resist in front of me? Great. What Taoism classics are you talking about? They must be fake. You evil creature, how dare you trick a martial sage like me? Jiang Min was furious. He was a conceited person. In the end, because he heard that Yifei had Taoism classics, he became greedy. Not only was he tricked by Yifei, he was also tricked. Jiang Min was instantly enraged. Kid, die for me. Quick! Jiang Min quickly pointed at Yifei. He did not move, but the Imperial Saint Sword in Yifei's hand actually trembled. Then, bit by bit, it slowly pierced toward Yifei's neck. No matter how Yifei resisted, he could not suppress the Imperial Saint's sword in his hand. So that's how it is. Old bastard, you're just a remnant soul, so you can't attack. So you purposely gave me the Imperial Saint's sword to kill me. Yifei understood everything now. You are worth teaching. Unfortunately, you know it too late. The Imperial Saint Sword is so precious. Unless I am stupid, I will not give it to an outsider so casually. Yifei, don't blame me for being ruthless. It is better for you to die than for me to die. Jiang Min stood in place coldly and continued to emit the power of heaven and earth, suppressing Yifei until he could not move. At the same time, he used a secret technique to control the Imperial Saint's sword and slowly pierced it toward Yifei's throat. No matter how one looked at it, Yifei would definitely die. At this moment, Yifei suddenly laughed. Ha ha, Jiang Min, old man, you are indeed sinister and vicious. Unfortunately, you have miscalculated. Humph, it is just a last-ditch struggle. Tell me, how did I miscalculate? Jiang Min exuded a proud and aloof aura. Under his control, the Emperor-based Saint Sword was finally pressed against Yifei's throat. It was about to stab him. At this moment, Yifei finally stopped holding back. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He growled in a low voice, Jiang Min, old man, you have made a mistake. You should not have given me the Imperial Saint Sword. Undying Sword Soul, wake up. Rumble. At this moment, the entire martial Emperor Palace was shaking violently. When the Undying Sword Soul was awakened, the heaven and earth seemed to be unable to withstand it and was about to be destroyed. The little bit of the power of heaven and earth that Jiang Min had suppressed on Yifei burst like a bubble under the endless destructive aura of the Undying Sword Soul. Chapter 891. In Death Martial Saint Puff. As the Imperial Saint Sword was swallowed by the Undying Sword Soul, Jiang Min suddenly realized to his horror that the wisp of spiritual consciousness he had left in the Imperial Saint Sword had disappeared without a trace. After swallowing the Imperial Saint Sword, the Undying Sword Soul quickly felt an unpleasant emotion and spat out the Imperial Saint Sword on the spot. Obviously, the Undying Sword Soul was very picky. Even if it was an Imperial Saint Sword, the Undying Sword Soul could not be bothered to swallow it. Hee, the Sword Soul may despise it, but I won't. Old man, I'll gladly accept this Saint Sword. Yifei picked up the Saint Sword and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. Junior, how dare you? Return my Saint Sword. Jiang Min was so angry that his eyes turned red. He continued to use his secret technique, tried to establish a connection with the Imperial Saint Sword. However, what made Jiang Min despair was that his secret technique was not successful at all. The The last wisp of spiritual consciousness he had left in the Imperial Saint's sword had completely disappeared. This also meant that the Imperial Saint's sword had completely changed owners. It had become an Imperial weapon that belonged to Yi Fei. Even though it was just a remnant soul, Jiang Min was so angry that he saw stars and wanted to vomit blood. He had given the Imperial Saint's sword to Yi Fei because he wanted to use the Saint's sword to kill Yi Fei and then take over his body to escape. However, he had not succeeded in taking over Yi Fei's body. Instead, he had given a precious Imperial weapon to Yi Fei for free. Jiang Min was so angry that he roared. He stared at Yi Fei as if he was staring at an irreconcilable enemy. Yi Fei, who are you? What is hidden in your body? How could it destroy the spiritual consciousness of a martial saint? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. After waiting for hundreds of years, he had thought that he had finally tricked a silly boy into taking over his body. However, in the blink of an eye, the silly boy in front of him had turned into a man-eating tiger. Jiang Min could not accept this fact at all. Looking at Jiang Min, who had lost her composure to the point of insanity, Yi Fei suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The undying sword soul had indeed never disappointed him. Since they were in the secret realm of the martial Imperial Palace, Yi Fei did not have to worry about the aura of the undying sword soul leaking out. When he heard Jiang Min's words, he thought about Jiang Min's scheme against him. Yi Fei's face was instantly filled with rage. Jiang Min, you old bastard. As a martial saint, you dare to scheme against a junior like me. Aren't you ashamed? As a grandfather, you don't even spare your own grandson. A scum like you will only be a scourge if left alive. Yi Fei raised a newly refined Imperial Saint sword and pointed it at Jiang Min. Jiang Min was a martial saint after all. The moment he sensed Yi Fei's murderous intent, he finally calmed down. His expression suddenly became ferocious. Boy, I have indeed miscalculated. I did not expect that there would be such a great treasure hidden in your body. Not only can it resist my force of heaven and earth, it can even restrain and destroy the spiritual consciousness of a martial saint. But so what? Even if I can't kill you, you can't kill me either. After the Martial Imperial Palace's examination is over, my real body outside can kill you at any time and take back the Imperial Saint sword. Of course, that includes the great treasure hidden in your body. Of course, I don't want anything to happen to your sister. If you kill yourself now and allow me to successfully take over your body, perhaps I can forgive your great disrespect. Jiang Min was still filled with arrogance and pride. At the same time, he threatened Yi Fei fiercely. Yi Fei was so angry that he could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, Jiang Min, you have indeed become muddle-headed. Since my greatest secret has been exposed, do you think you still have the chance to contact your real body? Boom. This time, Yi Fei did not let the undying sword soul fall into a deep sleep. Instead, he continued to release it. Behind Yi Fei, the dark golden sword shadow grew larger and larger, and Jiang Min became more and more frightened. What kind of treasure is that? How can its aura be so terrifying? That is clearly the aura of the heavenly tribulation. No, this is impossible. How can there be someone in this world who can control the heavenly tribulation? Yi Fei, calm down. Please listen to my explanation. After understanding what kind of aura the undying sword soul was emitting, Jiang Min was completely terrified. In the face of the heavenly tribulation, any ancient martial art practitioner would tremble from the bottom of their heart. If Jiang Min had known that Yi Fei was hiding such a terrifying sword of heavenly tribulation in his body, she would not have dared to scheme against Yi Fei even if she had 1,000 guts. Seeing that Yi Fei was unmoved, Jiang Min hurriedly begged for mercy. Yi Fei, I beg you, for the sake of my grandson, please spare me. I can give you anything. I can give you the sword manual, the saber manual, the array manual, all of them. It was hard to believe that a conceited, omnipotent great sage like Jiang Min would actually beg for mercy in such a humble manner from a junior. If news of this spread, the entire Royal Wind City would be in an uproar. However, Yi Fei was still unmoved. As he suppressed the restlessness of the undying sword soul, he also slowly stimulated the power of the undying sword soul bit by bit. Finally, when he sensed that the undying sword soul was about to go out of his control, Yi Fei suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with murderous and destructive energy as he roared, "Old man, are these your last words? Where's the imposing manner you used to threaten me? Where's the imposing manner you used to scheme against me? Do you know what I hate the most? I hate it when people use my family to threaten me." Boom! Following Yi Fei's words, Yi Fei formed a sword finger and pointed it in front of him. A sword shadow that was filled with destructive energy instantly whizzed out. The corpse of the three ultimate martial emperor was instantly destroyed by the sword light. At the same time, all the arrays and treasures in the underground palace were destroyed as well. Of course, Jiangmin's astonished martial sage remnant soul was also destroyed. Boom! In the end, the entire martial imperial palace shook violently under the destructive energy of the undying sword soul. It was almost destroyed along with the underground palace. However, although the martial imperial palace was saved, the huge mountain range outside the martial imperial palace melted like snow and turned into endless dust. What's going on? What kind of energy was that? I felt as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. The many experts of the older generation who were waiting outside, including Marshal Saint Lin Songhai, all revealed terrified expressions. That destructive aura, just now, had truly frightened them. No, how is this possible? My remnant soul was destroyed. Who is it? Who destroyed my remnant soul? Boom, boom, boom. The clouds in the sky suddenly exploded. An old figure, like a madman, hugged his head and charged around in the sky. Jiangmin. It's the martial sage Jiangmin. What happened to him? He seems to have gone crazy. No, he's not crazy. Maybe he's going to explode. Lin Songhai was the first to feel that something was wrong. He wanted to warn Lin Feiying and the others. Suddenly, Jiangmin stared at Lin Songhai with his blood-red eyes and roared furiously. "Lin Songhai, it must be you, old dog, who set me up. In the entire Royal Wind City, only you have the ability to destroy my remnant soul. Lin Songhai, if I'm going to die, you won't live either. Die with me." Boom! The speed of a martial sage was terrifying. While Lin Songhai was still in a daze, the crazy Jiangmin had already rushed over. His body, which had lost his remnant soul, suddenly expanded and then exploded. Instantly, a huge blood-red mushroom cloud rose up in a 500-mile radius. Lin Feiying and the other experts of the Lin family, including Lin Songhai, did not understand what was going on. Chapter 892. 3 scriptures of saber and sword array. The self-destruction of a martial saint was terrifying. Due to the isolation of the martial imperial palace, Jiangmin did not know who had destroyed his remnant soul. However, Jiangmin knew that only a martial saint could destroy his remnant soul. In the Royal Wind City, other than Jiangmin, Lin Songhai was the only martial saint. The crazy Jiangmin naturally blamed his own destruction on Lin Songhai. Finally, he made up his mind before he died. Even if he died, he would drag Lin Songhai down with him. Boom! The self-destruction of a martial saint was terrifying. Following the explosion of Jiangmin's primordial spirit, Lin Feiying and the other half-sages and almighty experts of the Lin clan did not understand what was going on. They were already blasted to smithereens. Even when they died, they did not know what was going on. Lin Songhai was also severely injured. Lin Songhai's angry and terrified screams could be heard from the rising blood-red mushroom cloud. At the same time, under the impact of the martial saint's self-destruction, everything within a 500-mile radius was destroyed. Fortunately, Jiangmin's self-destruction was only targeted at Lin Songhai and the Lin clan. The older generation cultivators of the other clans and the majority of the young cultivators of the Royal Wind City had already retreated 1,000 miles away when the Royal Wind Mountain collapsed. They were lucky to have survived. Even so, when the martial saint self-destructed, Many weaker cultivators were still dazed by the terrifying sound of the explosion. Many of them fell from the sky because of it. Even more people looked at the rising blood-red mushroom cloud in horror. Who would have thought that a martial sage would self-destruct just like that? In the end, he even dragged the entire Lin clan down with him. Who would have thought that Jiang Min would suddenly do such a thing? He actually used his own self-destruction to drag the entire Lin clan down with him. Why did Jiang Min self-destruct? It is better for the Jiang clan if he is alive. If he is dead, there will be nothing left. Is he crazy? It doesn't matter if Jiang Min is crazy or not. Now that the martial saint of the Jiang clan is dead, the Lin clan is also finished. That's our chance. Regarding Jiang Min's death, there were some who were happy and some who were worried. However, the majority of the people were happy. Now that the Jiang clan had no martial saints, as long as the Lin clan was completely annihilated, it would be their turn to become the master of the Royal Wind City. I really hope that Old Man Lin Songhai is also blown up. Many of the older generation experts stared at the gradually dissipating mushroom cloud. They suppressed their surprise and anticipation, but in the end, they looked in horror at the center of the explosion. A figure stood dejectedly in the sky. This figure was none other than Lin Songhai. It's Lin Songhai. That old man isn't dead yet. What old man? He's a martial sage. If he hears us, we're done for. That's not necessarily true. Lin Songhai's current situation is not good. Jiang Min's self-destruction of the martial sacred realm has greatly damaged his vitality. The blood-colored smoke finally dispersed. Everyone carefully looked at Lin Songhai. Then they all gasped. The self-destruction of a martial saint was extremely terrifying. In addition, Jiang Min had suddenly gone crazy. Not to mention the Lin clan. Even Lin Songhai, a martial saint, had not been able to react. In the end, although Lin Songhai managed to preserve his life, one of his arms had been blown to pieces. What Lin Songhai could not accept the most was that Jiang Min's self-destruction had actually killed all the experts of the Lin clan. Even Lin Feiying, a half-sage, had been blown to smithereens. Pooh! When the smoke dispersed, Lin Songhai looked at the shattered corpses on the ground. Even though he was a martial sage, he was so angry that he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Jiang Min, old man, you're so vicious. Not only did you kill my son, you also killed all the experts of my Lin clan. Lin Songhai was so angry that tears flowed down his face. Even though he was a martial sage, the Lin clan had lost all their elites and would inevitably decline in the future. It could be said that Jiang Min's self-destruction had destroyed Lin Songhai's hundreds of years of painstaking effort. More importantly, Lin Songhai had also suffered serious injuries from the self-destruction. This was simply a Pyrrhic victory with both sides suffering losses. Inside the martial imperial palace, Yi Fei did not know that his actions of killing Jiang Min's remnant soul would have such a serious impact on the situation in the Royal Wind City. He had even accidentally killed a martial sage. After retrieving the undying sword soul back into his body, Yi Fei rushed towards the ruins of the underground palace. He wanted to check whether Jiang Min's remnant soul was still alive or not. Secondly, he wanted to see if there were any treasures that had not been destroyed by the undying sword soul. The result left Yi Fei extremely shocked. Under the destructive power of the undying sword soul, Jiang Min's remnant soul had already been destroyed to the point where not even a speck of dust could be found. Even the corpse of the 3 ultimate martial emperor had been completely destroyed, not to mention the 3 martial arts manuals that Jiang Min had kept, as well as the emperor bones of the 3 ultimate martial emperor. I did not expect the undying sword soul to be so terrifying. Looks like I've done all this for nothing. However, to be able to survive the scheme of a martial sage is already pretty good. I can't ask for too much. Yi Fei adjusted his state of mind. Then, he respectfully bowed deeply towards the corpse of the 3 ultimate martial emperor and said, 3 ultimate martial emperor, I'm sorry. I only wanted to live. I didn't expect that I would accidentally destroy your corpse. After bowing 3 times, A sigh could be heard from the destroyed underground palace. Yi Fei almost thought that Jiang Min's martial sage was still alive. Fortunately, it was not Jiang Min who appeared this time, but a tall and majestic figure. 3 Ultimate Martial Emperor. Yi Fei was shocked when he saw the figure. That's right, I'm the 3 Ultimate Martial Emperor. Although I've already died, I can't let the martial arts manuals be lost. Junior, the Royal Wind City, you're not bad. Being able to pass the hell difficulty proves your talent. Being able to resist your greed and not taking the 3 martial arts manuals proves your character. Therefore, I've decided to let you inherit my 3 ultimate martial arts. Hearing the words of the 3 ultimate martial emperor, Yi Fei became spirited. Only now did he understand that the 3 ultimate martial emperor still had a backup plan. It turned out that the 3 treasure chests in the underground palace were the 3 ultimate martial emperor's final test. Those who could not resist their greed after discovering the martial arts manuals will be trapped here forever. On the contrary, not taking the martial arts manuals, or only one martial arts manual, would gain the 3 ultimate martial emperor's approval and obtain all the martial arts manuals. It's ridiculous that Jiang Min. She was smart but stupid. In the end, because of a little greed, not only did she destroy herself, she also destroyed the Jiang family. I can't make the same mistake as Jiang Min in the future. Yi Fei recalled that when he found the 3 treasure chests, he also had the thought of taking them away. He could not help but blush. Luckily, he had learned from Jiang Min's mistake. Senior 3 Ultimate Martial Emperor, may I know what I have to do to obtain the 3 martial arts manuals? Yi Fei continued to ask respectfully. The 3 Ultimate Martial Emperor did not reply. After all, the Martial Emperor had been dead for too long, and the remnant consciousness he had left behind could only carry out some mechanical orders. However, when he heard Yi Fei's question, the remnant consciousness waved his hand and 3 dazzling golden lights slowly descended in front of Yi Fei. Chapter 893. Heavenly Sword Art, Heavenly Saber Art, Heavenly Sword Art, 100 Lives Reincarnation Array. These are the martial arts that I use to dominate the world. Descendants of the Royal Wind City, be careful. Don't let these 3 classics go to waste. As soon as he finished speaking, the last remnant consciousness of the 3 Ultimate Martial Emperor disappeared. The restrictions of the Martial Imperial Palace became much weaker. Obviously, the 3 Ultimate Martial Emperor had set up this Martial Imperial Palace in order to choose a suitable person to inherit his 3 ultimate martial arts. Originally, Jiang Min had the chance to inherit the 3 classics and become the next 3 Ultimate Martial Emperor. Unfortunately, Jiang Min was greedy and lost this opportunity forever. Sure enough, it's not good to be too greedy. I already have a lot of powerful martial arts. It's not good to bite off more than I can chew. I better keep a low profile and just learn some sword scriptures. I can give the saber scriptures to the great Xia army. Array art was the most complicated and time-consuming. Yi Fei didn't have that much time to study it. Forget it. I'll bring this array art back to the family Yi. Maybe the family Yi will have a genius in array art in the future. Yi Fei kept the saber art in his spatial belt. He was about to throw the array art in as well when he thought that the spatial belt might not be safe. It would be safer to throw into the beast mark space. Therefore, Yi Fei threw the array art into the beast mark space and impatiently opened the sword art. He quickly comprehended the heavenly sword art. The Martial Imperial Palace will be open for a month. Although Jiang Min's remnant soul is dead, Jiang Min's original body is still here. I must quickly increase my strength so that I can face the revenge of Jiang Min, the martial saint. At this moment, Yi Fei didn't know that after Jiang Min's remnant soul was destroyed, Jiang Min, the martial saint, also died by self-detonation. He quickly immersed himself in the sword art. In the beast mark space, Xiao Qiao was sleeping very soundly. When Yi Fei threw the array art in, the head of a furtive dragon turtle suddenly popped out from Xiao Qiao's elixir blanket. The dragon tortoise first looked left and right. When it realized that Xiao Qiao wasn't paying attention to it, the dragon tortoise was finally elated. It secretly dragged the formation scripture to its side and even solemnly flipped open the scripture to study it carefully. As the martial imperial palace's restrictive spells weakened, the restrictive spells around the martial imperial palace became weaker. All the martial artists who had entered the hard stage had discovered something strange. Strange, why are there fewer and fewer monsters in the surroundings? Who cares? The fewer monsters there are, the higher our chances of passing this stage. Disciples of the Lin family, follow me. Although Linning was prone to jealousy, he was still a leader. Under his leadership, 3 disciples of the Lin family had already charged towards the golden door in the distance. As long as they could pass through the golden door, they would be able to pass the trial and enter the real martial imperial palace. However, the closer they got to the door of light, the scarier the monsters became. 7 out of the 10 disciples of the Lin clan who had entered had already died. The rest of the warriors who had entered had also suffered heavy losses. However, just as everyone was feeling hopeless about passing the level, many of the formations in the martial imperial palace had stopped working. The number of monsters that had gathered was also decreasing. Linning was the first to seize this opportunity. He raised his golden battle saber and was the first to charge towards the golden door of light. However, one person was faster than Linning and rushed into the door of light. Jiang Cheng, stop right there. Linning was shocked and angry. He had joined forces with 10 other disciples of the Lin family to reach the door of light. However, Jiang Cheng was only one person. If he was faster than him, didn't that mean that Jiang Cheng was more talented than him? Linning couldn't tolerate this. Jiang Cheng, I will definitely defeat you. Linning roared. Almost as soon as Jiang Cheng rushed in, Linning chased after him. Just as the two of them entered the golden door of light, the monsters around the door of light had all disappeared. All the young martial artists who were still alive were shocked. What's going on? Why have the monsters all disappeared? Don't worry about it. Let's rush into the door of light first. Many people had rushed in to watch the battle between Linning and Jiang Cheng. At this moment, they naturally rushed into the door of light. At the same time, the largest number of people in the history of the martial imperial palace had passed. What's going on? Why are there so many people passing? Jiang Cheng's expression turned serious when he saw the dozens of martial artists that had appeared in front of the martial imperial palace. There must be a problem with the formations in the martial imperial palace. However, this is also good. Jiang Cheng, let's see where you can run this time. Come out and fight me. Whoever wins will get all the treasures here. The moment Linning entered, he saw the 3 treasure chests placed in front of the martial imperial palace. Although he didn't know what was in the treasure chests, Linning knew that the treasure chests placed in a martial imperial palace were definitely extraordinary. As long as he could obtain these treasure chests, not only would he become the #1 expert in the Royal Wind City, but the Lin family would also be able to defeat the Jiang family and become the new ruler of the Royal Wind City. Linning didn't know that after the destruction of the remnant soul, Jiang Min, who had gone mad and despaired, had already exploded the experts of the Lin family into a pile of bones. Hence, Linning was still in high spirits. His fighting spirit was so strong that it almost pierced through the air. Hearing Lin Ying's words, the faces of the other martial artists who had passed the trial turned livid. Everyone present knew that the 3 treasure chests were probably the most precious treasures in the martial imperial palace. Hearing that Linning wanted to take them all for himself, they didn't dare say anything. After all, their families were much weaker than the Lin family in Northern Foam Mansion. I wonder who will win this battle. Sigh, I hope Jiang Cheng wins. At least he won't be as strong as Linning. Not necessarily. Didn't you see that Linning has an imperial weapon? Jiang Cheng might not be able to defeat him. The young martial artists dispersed, ready to watch a good show. At this point, Jiang Cheng couldn't back down anymore. In the face of Lin Ying's challenge, Jiang Cheng nodded calmly and said, Linning, it looks like your confidence has increased a lot with the royal weapon. Since you want to humiliate yourself, I, Jiang Cheng, will fulfill your wish today. Jiang Cheng, Bulsh Asterisk T. Our brothering will kill you as easily as slaughtering a chicken. That's right, Linning. Kill him now. If you kill Jiang Cheng, Northern Feng Mansion will have no one left in this generation. 3 members of the Lin family cursed in unison. You're courting death. Jiang Cheng suddenly charged at the 3 members of the Lin family, which made them turn ghastly pale. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was attacking a member of the Lin family, Linning was finally infuriated. Jiang Cheng, I'm your opponent. Take this. Heavenly Sword Incantation. Linning unleashed the fiercest strike. The golden saber in her hand suddenly glowed brightly as she slashed at Jiang Cheng. The might of the monarch weapon caused the martial imperial palace, which had just calmed down, to shake slightly again. This shaking immediately woke Yi Fei up from his comprehension of the sword manual. Why is martial imperial palace shaking? Has someone passed the trial again? I wonder if it's Jiang Cheng or that Linning. Yi Fei rose to his feet with a conflicted look on his face. He then tossed the sword manual into the beast mark space as well. Whoosh! Chapter 894. The arrival of a great enemy. When Yi Fei walked out of the underground palace, he was shocked by the huge crowd outside. What was going on? Wasn't it said that the martial imperial palace's test was hard to pass? What was going on outside? It was expected that Jiang Cheng and Linning would come in, but how did the others come in? Yi Fei didn't know that although he had kept the undying sword soul in time, the destructive power of the undying sword soul still caused great damage to the martial imperial palace's seal. As the seal weakened, the number of people who could pass the test increased crazily. Of course, these young talents didn't know that they could pass the test not because of their own strength, but because of Yi Fei. On the contrary, many of them were proud of themselves, thinking that they were one in a million geniuses if they could pass the test. This was especially so for the disciples of the Lin family. When they saw Yi Fei come out of the underground palace, their eyes turned red. It's Yi Fei. That's the guy. I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Strange. We didn't see him during the test. How did he come in before us? Yi Fei's appearance also shocked the youths of the Royal Wind City. In the sky, Linning Chi's blade aura increased by 10 meters. He immediately ordered the 3 disciples of the Lin family, kill him for me. He must have plundered the treasures in the underground palace. Ha ha! Brother Yi, you didn't disappoint me. You must have passed the hell test. Jiang Cheng laughed heartily. Since Yi Fei could come in before him, he didn't have to worry about the Lin family obtaining treasures that could suppress the Jiang family's martial arts. Of course, Jiang Cheng didn't know that Jiang Min had lied to him. Sigh. When he saw Jiang Cheng, Yi Fei sighed. He wanted to befriend Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Min was too sinister. She even schemed against her own grandson, since he had destroyed Jiang Min's remnant soul. How could he have anything to do with Jiang Cheng? Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. Saluting Jiang Cheng, who was still fighting in the sky, Yi Fei couldn't be bothered with what was going on in Northern Wind City. He had to find his sister in Xiajun before Jiang Min realized what was going on and leave. Yi Fei's actions stunned Jiang Cheng. He felt that Yi Fei was different from before, but Linning kept pestering him. He had no time to talk to Yi Fei. In the sky, 2 terrifying beams of light were clashing against each other. On the ground, the 3 Lin family disciples also surrounded Yi Fei with bad intentions. Yi Fei, hand over the treasure, kneel down, and commit suicide. Then, we can still forgive you. Suicide is too easy for him. He dared to provoke our Lin clan. If we don't tear him into pieces, how can we show off our Lin clan's might? As the 3 Lin family disciples spoke, they had already activated their strongest martial arts and charged towards Yi Fei. The other young warriors were also eager to make a move. However, before they could make a move, Yi Fei didn't even bother to use his sword. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying sword sound. Get out of my way. Puff, puff, puff. He turned his sound into a sword and killed his enemies with his sword sound. Before the 3 Lin family disciples could understand what was going on, their bodies exploded with boundless sword light and they died. Everything in the world can be used as a sword. This is the Heaven Sword skill. The triple ultimate martial emperor was indeed a genius. It's a pity that he died so young. Sigh. After understanding the horror of the heaven sword skill, Yi Fei realized how difficult and bumpy the road of martial arts was. Even a genius like the triple ultimate martial emperor had died in the end. Moreover, he was still far from the triple ultimate martial emperor. Ignoring the corpses on the ground, Yi Fei raised his eyes and glanced at the young warriors around him. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Yi Fei, especially those who were eager to attack Yi Fei. They were so frightened that they almost fainted. A sword sound had instantly killed 3 Lin family geniuses who were at the earth-penetrating level 7. What a terrifying attack. It was simply unheard of. They didn't know that Yi Fei had already raised his battle awareness to his fighting instinct in the Hell Trial. In the underground palace, he had also obtained the sword scripture and had a preliminary understanding of the Heaven Sword skill sword principle. Although Yi Fei's cultivation level hadn't increased, Yi Fei's combat strength had undergone a tremendous change. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar came from the sky. Just as Yi Fei Jin opened his mouth and killed the 3 Lin family disciples, a figure suddenly fell from the sky in an extremely wretched posture. Lining, you've lost. In the sky, Jiang Cheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His body emitted a terrifying aura. It was the aura of a half-saint. Half-saint? How is this possible? Jiang Cheng, you're already a half-saint. Lining stood up with his golden saber covered in blood. His eyes were filled with crazy jealousy and unwillingness. Since I was young, my grandfather told me that you would be my greatest and strongest opponent. I must surpass you and defeat you. There can only be one genius in the Royal Wind City, and that is me, Lining. Lining roared angrily. He raised his golden saber, and his body emitted a boundless golden light. At the same time, an old figure appeared in the golden light. He looked coldly at Jiang Cheng and then at Yi Fei on the ground. Jiang Cheng's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Martial Saint Feng Hun. Lining, you think I'm your opponent? You can't beat me with your own strength, so you borrowed the power of a martial saint. Do you know what shame is? Hearing Jiang Cheng's words and seeing Lin Ying's golden saber, the youths present all looked at Lining with disdain. Even if Lining really used his golden saber to kill Jiang Cheng, they would still feel disdain for him. Lin Ying's face was filled with shame and jealousy. He activated the saber light that Lin Songhai had sealed in his saber. Lining immediately roared like a wild beast. Jiang Cheng, shut up. In this world, what matters isn't the process, but the result. As long as I kill the 2 of you, I, Lining, will be the #1 genius of the Royal Wind City. I'll kill anyone who disagrees. Die for me. Boom! Lin Ying activated the saber light that the martial saint had hidden in his golden saber. He stared at Yi Fei and Jiang Cheng with jealousy and shame. My son is dead. All the elites of the Lin family are dead. Jiang Min, you old bastard. I'm going to wipe out your Jiang family and kill everyone in Northern Fo Mansion. They'll all die with the Lin family. Outside the martial imperial palace, tears streamed down Lin Songhai's face as he stood blankly among the corpses. No one dared to approach him. One of the people who tried to curry favor with him was torn to shreds by the grief-stricken Lin Songhai before he could even get close. Let's stay away from him. Lin Songhai must have lost his mind. He'll treat anyone who gets close as an enemy. Oh no, someone else is coming. He's heading straight for Imperial Palace. Some senior cultivators were shocked to see a young man covered in demonic flames with a man and a woman. He ignored Lin Songhai's sorrowful face and was going straight for them. Get lost. I'll kill anyone who gets close. Lin Songhai was so sad that he didn't even look at the newcomers. He waved his saber and tried to kill them. You're courting death. You're just a half-crippled martial saint. How dare you attack me? Get lost. Boom. To everyone's surprise, the young man shattered Lin Songhai's saber light with one finger. At the same time, he slapped Lin Songhai with his palm. Lin Songhai, who was still standing in a daze, screamed and spat out blood. He then fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. A martial saint was wounded by a single strike. All the martial artists present were in an uproar. Lin Songhai suddenly woke up from his grief. He stared at the young man with demonic flames in shock and bellowed. "Who are you? You're only of earth-shattering LV10. How can you wound a martial saint like me?" Chapter 895. The Young King, what? Bailey Jun? He is Bailey Jun, the young king of our Snow Wind Empire. In the central region, the strongest genius of an empire was secretly called the Young King. If this young king could challenge the strongest geniuses of other empires at the same time without being defeated, then he could be called the emperor. Of course, it was very difficult to become the young king. Even Bailey Jun had not reached that height. Even so, Bailey Jun's name was still very famous in the Snow Wind Empire. "Bailey Jun, you are Bailey Jun. You are here for Yi Fei. What grudge do you have with him?" Lin Songhai asked curiously. He really did not understand. Although Yi Fei had some talent, he did not have any special bloodline. Moreover, he came from the outer sea. It was destined that Yi Fei could only be a nobody. However, Bailey Jun was already standing at the top of the Snow Wind Empire's young king. "You don't need to know about the grudge between me and Yi Fei. I just don't want to see too many people crowding around here. I will give you 10 breaths to leave this martial imperial palace. No one is allowed to stay." Bailey Jun deliberately looked at Lin Songhai when he spoke. It was obvious that the people that Bailey Jun had mentioned included Lin Songhai, the martial saint. Lin Songhai's face instantly turned ashen. The Lin family's experts had just been wiped out. His only hope was the 10 Lin family disciples who had already entered the martial imperial palace. How could Lin Songhai be willing to retreat at this time? "Bailey Jun, my juniors are still inside. If they don't come out, I will not leave. Don't worry, we will not interfere in the grudge between you and Yi Fei." Lin Songhai suppressed his anger and said, It's best if you don't interfere." Bailey Jun nodded coldly. Although he was strong, he was not stupid. His pupils slightly shrank when he saw the broken bones on the ground and the deep pit left by the martial saint's self-explosion. Which martial saint is this? He actually self-exploded here. It seems like there is no way to drive these people away. Since a martial saint had self-exploded here, the situation must be very serious. Bailey Jun wasn't ignorant of the ways of the world. He no longer paid any attention to Lin Songhai and the others. Instead, he directly walked toward the martial royal secret realm, intending to force his way in. However, the martial royal palace was very strange. It immediately released a boundless force that prevented Bailey Jun from moving forward. Even so, Bailey Jun still forcibly walked a total of 100 steps in the secret realm before he felt that the pressure was too great. Only then did he retreat with a cold expression. This scene caused the experts of the older generation to be dumbfounded. Who in the Royal Wind City didn't know that once the examination started, the martial imperial palace would enter a separate space, cutting off all contact with the outside world. No one would be able to get close to the martial imperial palace. However, Bailey Jun had actually managed to walk 100 steps forward. I didn't expect that there would be a secret realm in the Royal Wind City. Let me ask you, did Yi Fei enter it? Bailey Jun asked the 2 people behind him. Do you think we will tell you? Xia Jun replied coldly. Next to Xia Jun was Yi Shanshan. As it turned out, Bailey Jun had hurried over as soon as he heard that Yi Fei had appeared in the Royal Wind City. On his way here, Bailey Jun happened to run into Xia Jun, who was heading toward Northern Foam Mansion. He recognized Xia Jun as one of the cultivators who had been with Yi Fei at the Xieshio Sea. Bailey Jun made a move right away and subdued the 2 cultivators from Northern Foam Mansion who had been escorting them. Bailey Jun had planned to kill Xia Jun. However, after discovering that Yi Shanshan had a special bloodline and that she was Yi Fei's brother, Bailey Jun changed his mind. Crack! Without another word, Bailey Jun suddenly unleashed a blue demonic hand and smashed it down on the martial royal palace. A huge crack appeared in the secret realm where the martial royal palace was located. Bailey Jun then pointed at the crack and ordered Xia Jun, "Call out to Yi Fei right now. I'll give him 10 breaths to come out and see me." Haha, Bailey Jun, I'm not a coward. I won't call out to him. Xia Jun said stubbornly. Then I'll kill you, Beilijian said coldly. Ahem, I was kidding. I'll call out to him right now. Xia Jun changed his attitude right away. Summoning up his inner essence, he shouted in the direction of the crack. Brother, we're so unlucky. We ran into Beilijian on our way here, and he captured me and Sister Shanshan. He's trying to force you out. Please don't come out, boom. Before Xia Jun could finish, Beilijian's face had turned cold. He was going to kill Xia Jun on the spot for disobeying him. Yi Shanshan shouted anxiously, Beilijian, if you dare to kill Brother Xia, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide right now. You. Fine. I'll give you face and not kill him. Beilijian suppressed his anger. After all, it was not easy to find a cultivator with a special bloodline. If he could capture Yi Fei and bring Yi Shanshan back at the same time, it would be a great contribution. Beilijian suppressed his anger. Yi Fei, I know you're in there. Right now, your sister and your lackey are in my hands. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand her over to me. I might consider not killing you. Seeing that Xia Jun was not willing to submit, Beilijian's face turned cold. He decided to call out to him personally. Boom! At the same time as Beilijian called out to him. In the martial royal palace, Linning had already released a trace of martial sage saber light from her golden saber. The terrifying saber light caused the sky above the martial royal palace to be filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Jiangqing's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. A huge wooden shield suddenly appeared in his hand. As he protected himself, he retreated to Yi Fei's side and said, Brother Yi, hurry up and leave. Take the treasure and get it to my grandfather. Sigh, Brother Jiang, it's too late. There are no treasures in here. Both you and I are just pawns set up by Jiangmen. Yi Fei sighed. Jiangcheng was a good person, but it was a pity that he and the Jiang family were now enemies and not friends. Jiangcheng, your reminder allowed me to escape from the pursuit of the martial sacred. Today, I will help you defeat Lin Ying and put an end to our friendship. Yi Fei nodded slightly at Jiangcheng and walked towards Lin Ying step by step. Jiangcheng was stunned. He did not know what Yi Fei meant, but he vaguely understood what Yi Fei was talking about. Haha, defeat me? Yi Fei, you're just a bumpkin from the outer sea. I think you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the ground is in Zhong province. Die. When Lin Ying saw that Yi Fei still dared to take the initiative to step forward in front of the martial sage's blade light, an ominous glint flashed across Lin Ying's eyes. As he pointed the golden battle blade in his hand, the martial sage's blade light whistled through the air and chopped down mercilessly on Yi Fei's body. Chapter 896. Martial Sacred Blade, Radiance Jiang, Cheng suddenly unleashed his primordial spirit and prepared to join forces with Yi Fei to block the blade radiance. However, a few figures instantly blocked Jiangcheng's path. Jiangcheng, we don't want to be your enemy. Please don't act rashly. This is a battle between Lin Ying and Yi Fei. Let the two of them decide the outcome of the battle. The few young experts who blocked Jiangcheng's path seemed to have good intentions. However, they unleashed all their strength in an attempt to stop Jiangcheng from joining the battle. All of you, those who block me will die. Jiangcheng was finally enraged. He had not expected anyone to stand on Lin Ying's side. Given Jiangcheng's strength, he was able to severely injure the few people who blocked his path. However, in this short period of time, Lin Ying's martial sacred blade radiance had already mercilessly slashed down on Yi Fei's body. Haha, Yi Fei, so what if you're talented? You will still die at my hands today. Is that so? Yi Fei smiled. He did not even look at the martial sacred blade radiance. Suddenly, a bright purple gold tai chi appeared on his body and blocked in front of him. Humph, is this trick of yours still effective in front of a martial sacred? Lin Ying said with disdain. The martial sacred blade radiance easily split the purple gold tai chi into two. After all, this was an attack from a martial sacred. Even if the purple gold tai chi was invulnerable, it could still collapse if the power exceeded its limit. This was what it meant to defeat 10 with one strength. A look of understanding flashed across Yi Fei's face. At the same time, The destruction of the purple gold Tai Chi did not discourage Yifei. The war demon golden body emitted a dazzling radiance. Boom! With this layer of golden radiance, Yifei instinctively threw a punch at the blade radiance. Lin continued to mock him. It's useless. No matter how strong your martial arts are, there's only one outcome for you when you face an attack from a martial sacred. That is death. Bam! The war demon golden body shattered, and the terrifying blade radiance continued to fall. However, very quickly, Yifei's body suddenly appeared. Countless mysterious scales appeared, perfectly protecting his body. At the same time, Yifei also pulled out his Emperor-based Saint Sword. He gathered all the sword force in his body and stabbed forward. A huge golden sword light finally blocked the martial saint's broadsword light. How is that possible? How could you possibly have so many defensive techniques? You actually managed to block the martial saint's saber light. Lin could not believe that the sure kill saber attack that he was so proud of had been so easily broken by Yifei. What was even more frightening was that Yifei's actions were completely instinctive. He did what he was supposed to do without any thought. Battle instinct. Sensing Yifei's current state, Jiang Cheng suddenly recalled that a long time ago, Jiang Min, who was a martial saint, had once mentioned to him about battle instincts. Battle instinct would not increase a martial artist's realm or strength, but would allow a martial artist to display all of their martial arts in an incomparably perfect manner. Battle instinct is not a realm, but a state. However, even many martial saints find it difficult to enter such a state in their entire lives. Jiang Cheng recalled what he had heard previously. When he linked it to Yifei's current aura, he knew that Yifei had undoubtedly entered such a state. Yifei was now completely using his battle instincts to fight. As he waved his saint's sword, the martial saint's blade radiance that Lin had released paused. Very quickly, it was completely destroyed with a loud boom. This martial saint's blade radiance is not bad. Unfortunately, if it was used by a martial saint, I would definitely not be able to block it. As for you, you are simply a clown? Yifei commented as he destroyed the martial saint's blade radiance. Lin Ying's face became uglier than a pig's liver. He could not believe what had happened. He raised his golden battle saber and roared, "Yifei, how dare you destroy my martial saint's blade radiance? Do you know, Pa?" Yifei suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ying. Without saying a word, he slapped Lin Ying from the sky and sent him crashing to the ground. A string of broken teeth drifted in the air as Lin Ying screamed miserably. There was even a trace of blood. Only then did Yifei clap his hands and shake his head coldly. "I don't know anything. I only know that you are asking for a beating." Poof! Lin Ying struggled to get up from the ground. When he heard Yifei's words and saw the broken teeth on the ground, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood into the sky. "Yifei, I will fight it out with you today." Lin Ying raised his golden battle saber angrily. He was not convinced, and his entire body emitted a boundless blade radiance. When Lin Ying's blade radiance was quickly destroyed, Lin Ying was once again sprawled on the ground. No, strictly speaking, it was a figure that descended from the sky. After destroying Lin Ying's blade radiance, Yifei's feet stepped on Lin Ying's head like a rocket. Lin Ying was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Only then did Lin Ying realize that his head had been stepped on. This humiliation was too great. Lin Ying's handsome face was completely twisted in pain. Let go of me. Grandpa. Grandpa will never let you off." Lin Ying said each word slowly. He struggled frantically, trying his best to lift his head. Yifei kept stomping on Lin Ying's head. He shook his head in disdain and said, "Lin Ying, other than relying on your grandpa martial saint, what else do you have? If you want to fight for first place, then you have to defeat us fair and square. If you use underhanded means, even if you defeat us, you will never receive glory. You will only receive disgrace. I will kill you. When we get out, I will definitely ask Grandpa to kill you." Lin Ying lay on the ground, his face full of hatred and madness. He was so angry that he had lost his mind. Yifei also shook his head. He understood that it was futile to say anything to someone like Lin Ying. He lifted his foot and was considering whether he should capture Lin Ying and use him to deal with Lin Songhai's threat. Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice was transmitted into the martial imperial palace. The young martial artists present all looked at Yi Fei in shock. "Big brother, that bastard Bailey Jun is here. Don't come out." It was Xia Jun's voice. "Yi Fei, your sister is in my hands. If you are willing to hand her over, I will consider not killing you." Humph. The second voice was Bailey Jun's. These two voices finally woke up the young martial artists who were still in shock. "It's Bailey Jun. Bailey Jun is actually outside the martial imperial palace. Who is this Yi Fei? How did he offend Bailey Jun?" Everyone in the Snow Wind Empire knew that Bailey Jun was strong and overbearing. He was also the strongest genius in the Snow Wind Empire. Even many martial sages did not dare to block Bailey Jun's attack. Chapter 897. Battle with Bailey Jun. Lin Ying's voice finally snapped Yi Fei out of his daze. "Bailey Jun actually came to Royal Wind City and captured my sister and Xia Jun." Yi Fei didn't panic when he heard this news. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although Bailey Jun was a genius, he wasn't a martial sage. What Yi Fei was most afraid of wasn't Bailey Jun, but his sister being controlled by the martial sage Jiang Min. That was the real problem. Of course, Yi Fei didn't know that Jiang Min had already self-destructed. "Brother Yi, now that Bailey Jun is here, what do you plan to do?" Jiang Cheng walked over and asked. He was very confused. Yi Fei clearly came from the outer seas. How did he provoke a young king like Bailey Jun? Yi Fei didn't explain to Jiang Cheng. He definitely wouldn't let anyone know about Xiao Chao's secret. At worst, I'll release the dragon turtle and let this man and turtle fight each other. Of course, dragon turtles are also very dangerous, vicious beasts. Once released, there's a high chance that the dragon turtle will turn on me. I can only use it as a last resort. Yi Fei thought in his heart, but on the surface he said calmly, "I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Since Bailey Jun has captured my sister, I must go out and meet him." "Meet him? You make it sound like you're quite capable. I think Bailey Jun only needs to lift a finger to kill you." Lin Ying continued to mock and ridicule him. Yi Fei turned his head and stared coldly at Lin Ying. "Lin Ying, it seems like you really want me to die. Since I'm going to die anyway, why don't I drag you down with me before I die? At least we'll have a companion on the road to hell." Yi Fei smiled. His smile was very kind. However, in Lin Ying's eyes, Yi Fei's smile was even more terrifying than the devil's. Lin Ying suddenly remembered that although he had Lin Songhai's support and was sure that Yi Fei would not dare to kill him, Yi Fei might do something impulsive if he knew that he was going to die. "Yi Fei, what are you doing? My grandfather is a martial sage. If you dare to kill me, pa." Yi Fei was in a fit of anger, yet this Lin Ying still dared to mock and ridicule him. There was nothing much to say. He walked up to her and gave her another slap. Just as Lin Ying was starting to doubt her life, he took Lin Ying's space belt as well. Lin Ying's face turned ashen from anger. He covered his face and did not dare to make a move against Yi Fei. However, his heart was filled with hatred as he roared furiously. "Yi Fei, I will remember this slap. Once we leave the martial imperial palace, even if Bailey Jun does not kill you, I will definitely make my grandfather tear you into pieces." "What's wrong? You look like you're not convinced." "That's great. It's a waste for this golden battle saber to remain in your hands. I will be a good person to the end and keep you safe." As Yi Fei said this, he casually put away the golden saber. Jiang Cheng and the surrounding young experts were speechless. Yi Fei was openly robbing people, and yet he still had the nerve to say that he was a good person? "Return the battle saber to me, Yi Fei. My grandfather will not let you off. Damn it, you're a bandit. Not only did you steal my space belt, you even dare to steal my Lin family's emperor weapon." Lin Ying was so angry that he wanted to jump up and fight with Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei's gaze immediately made Lin Ying obedient. "If you dare to say another word, I will kill you immediately. You pa." Yi Fei gave Lin Ying another heavy slap. Lin Ying finally learned his lesson and did not speak again. However, he looked at Yi Fei with a gaze that was more terrifying than a beast's. Linning, you're lucky to have a martial sage as your grandfather. But what else do you have? Yi Fei didn't kill Linning. After all, his main enemy now was Bailey Jun, and he didn't want to provoke another martial sage. Putting away the golden battle saber, Yi Fei headed for the exit of Imperial Palace. Brother Yi, if it's possible, you can join Northern Foe Mansion. My grandfather might be able to protect you. Jiang Cheng went up to him and said, You're my friend as well as my opponent. I really don't want to see you die like this. Jiang Cheng's tone was sincere. He was a sincere prince. Unfortunately, because of Jiang Min, he and Jiang Min were destined to never be friends. Brother Jiang, thank you very much. But you better watch out for your grandfather. They were just acquaintances. Yi Fei didn't care if Jiang Cheng understood him or not. Finally, he turned around and strode out of Imperial Palace in the martial emperor's secret realm. When Yi Fei went out, he was shocked. He saw that the Wind King Mountain outside the martial Imperial Palace had been completely destroyed. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge blood pit. The pit was filled with corpses. Yi Fei even saw the head of Lin Feiying, who had died with his eyes open. What on earth happened out there? Lin Feiying is dead. Yi Fei was secretly surprised. It was that old bastard Jiang Min. He suddenly blew himself up and killed all the elites of my family. Yi Fei, it's all your fault. I'm going to kill you and bury you with Feiying and the others. Seeing that Yi Fei had finally come out, Lin Songhai's eyes turned red. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to get rid of Yi Fei, he wouldn't have gathered all the elites of Imperial Wind Mountain. Lin Feiying would not have gathered all the elites of the Lin family here, only to have Jiang Min inexplicably self-destruct and kill them all. Although Lin Songhai didn't know why Jiang Min went crazy, he knew that it must be related to Imperial Palace. There was also a high possibility that it was related to Yi Fei. I want you to pay with your life. Boom! Lin Songhai didn't even have time to heal himself. He raised his remaining arm and condensed the heavenly blade, trying to kill Yi Fei. Lin Songhai, you're too presumptuous. A cold voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Bailey Jun stepped on a black cloud and slowly descended from the sky. He was like a demon overlooking the earth. Raging demon flames burned on his body like the sun. Bailey Jun stared at Yi Fei with two balls of black flames dancing in his eyes. Yi Fei, it's really you. Bailey clan, it's really you. Yi Fei and Bailey Jun opened their mouths at the same time. The people who heard them were baffled. No one understood what they were talking about. Only Yi Fei understood that Bailey Jun wanted to say that little grass was indeed with him. Bailey Jun also understood that Yi Fei wanted to say that the Bailey clan was indeed after Xiao Chao. Yi Fei, since you already know, you should understand that going against the Bailey clan won't bring you any benefits. Since your sister has a special bloodline, I won't kill you if you hand her over. I can even let you join the Bailey clan and follow me from now on. Bailey Jun spoke arrogantly and stated his conditions. Hearing Bailey Jun's conditions, Yi Fei couldn't help but laugh. Bailey Jun, you think too highly of yourself. You've captured my sister, and you still want me to follow you? Do you really think that I'm a pushover? You can do whatever you want of me. As Yi Fei spoke, his face was filled with anger. His sister was his reverse scale. His brother was his reverse scale. Chapter 898. The Battle of Geniuses. Bailey Jun, let my sister and Xia Jun go. This is between you and me. It has nothing to do with them. Yi Fei shouted coldly. His words caused an uproar among the warriors present. Did they hear it wrong? Yi Fei was just an ordinary warrior. In front of Bailey Jun, even Lin Songhai, who was a martial sage, did not dare to confront Bailey Jun. Yi Fei actually dared to speak to Bailey Jun in such a manner? A fool who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Fine, let Bailey Jun kill him and avenge me. Lin Songhai said disdainfully. An ordinary martial artist wants to compete with Bailey Jun, a genius with a special bloodline. This Yi Fei must be out of his mind. Young man, you have to lower your head when you have to. This Yi Fei is most likely done for. The other martial artists also shook their heads. In their opinion, Yi Fei's attitude towards Bailey Jun was a typical example of a fool who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Bailey Jun's face was also filled with anger. He looked down at Yi Fei and shook his head. Your aura is not bad. It's a pity that you don't have a special bloodline. You are destined to be no match for me. Yi Fei, do you think it's a pity for you to follow me? Do you know how many martial sages dream of following me? I don't even spare them a glance. Because my future is not in the Snow Wind Empire, but in the Holy Institute. I am destined to stand at the peak of this world. If you follow me, not only will you be able to share my glory, but you will also be able to follow me to the Holy Institute to cultivate. Under my guidance, you will be at least 100 times stronger than you are now. What else are you dissatisfied with? Bailey Jun looked down at Yi Fei. The demonic flames on his body burned fiercely. In the end, it condensed into a majestic demonic god that stood between the heavens and the earth. It emitted a dazzling radiance. Under this radiance, even a martial sage like Lin Songhai paled in comparison. As for the other martial artists, whether they were half-sages or absolute experts, they were not even qualified to enter Bailey Jun's eyes. Yi Fei's raging aura lost its brilliance and became insignificant in the face of Bailey Jun's demonic aura. This is the power of a special genius. This is the power of a top genius of the Central State. Compared to them, I'm still too weak. Yi Fei sighed. If Bailey Jun was so strong, then in the Central Continent, there were tens of thousands of empires. In other words, in the Central Continent, there were tens of thousands of martial artists as strong as Bailey Jun. All right, I'll follow you, but you have to release my sister and Xia Jun first. Let them come to my side. In the end, Yi Fei restrained his anger, as if he was shocked by Bailey Jun's power. Brother, big brother. Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun's eyes reddened. Only they knew how strong Yi Fei's willpower was. Faced with any setbacks, Yi Fei had never bowed down. But in order to save them, Yi Fei actually chose to bow down to the enemy. All right, since you said so, in order to show my sincerity, you can go. Bailey Jun released Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun from his control. Xiao Chao was too important to the Bailey clan. If he could force Yi Fei to hand over Xiao Chao, it would be the best. Bailey Jun, you can't do this. This guy is very cunning. Don't fall into his trap. Lin Songhai hurriedly advised. If possible, he wished he could capture Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun and threaten Yi Fei. Just as he was about to rescue his sister and Xia Jun, this old fellow Lin Songhai actually interfered. Dense anger flashed in Yi Fei's heart. He deliberately looked at Lin Songhai and said, Bailey Jun, it seems like you're not as powerful as I thought you were in the Snow Wind Empire. At least this martial sage of the Lin family can casually order you around. Nonsense. This old man only has respect for nephew Bailey Jun. Bailey Jun, don't be instigated by him. Lin Songhai hurriedly explained to Bailey Jun. Bailey Jun's expression was uncertain. He was hesitating whether he should let Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun go. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly put in more effort and continued to mock Bailey Jun. Bailey Jun, this senior martial sage is teaching you the principles of life. You must listen carefully. Lin Songhai, you're educating me. Bailey Jun's expression suddenly became gloomy. Nephew Bailey, how is this possible? Yi Fei, you shameless junior. You're about to die, and you still want to sow discord between me and nephew Bailey. Lin Songhai was furious. He almost couldn't help but rush up and fight Yi Fei. Scram, Bailey Jun said coldly. Did you hear that? Nephew Bailey asked you to scram. Lin Songhai also angrily scolded Yi Fei. Lin Songhai, I asked you to scram. Also, who's your nephew? You'd better watch your words. Bailey Jun said coldly. He didn't give Lin Songhai any face. Lin Songhai was so angry that his body trembled. He was a martial sage, and Bailey Jun was just a junior. Bailey Jun asked him to scram in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation. Fine, Bailey Jun. You won't listen to my advice. You'll suffer sooner or later. Lin Songhai was furious. He thought of the power of the Bailey clan and Bailey Jean's terrifying talent. He had no choice but to hold back his anger and retreat in anger. At this moment, Bailey Jean pushed Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun forward. The two of them quickly landed in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei, I've released them. Now, you should swear allegiance to me and follow me to the Bailey clan. Bailey Jean stared at Yi Fei. Brother, you can't swear allegiance to this man. Yi Shanshan said firmly. That's right, brother. We'd rather die than watch you bow your head. Don't worry about us. Run away quickly. Xia Jun said resolutely. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. Run. Where can I run to? The three of us can't run away from Bailey Jean. You know what's good for you? Bailey Jean said proudly. He thought Yi Fei had submitted to his power. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly slapped Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun and threw them into the forest behind them. Xia Jun, take my sister and leave quickly. Bailey Jean, if you want me to swear allegiance to you, wait until your next life. Boom! Without any warning, Yi Fei attacked. He raised the emperor-based saint's sword and instantly became one with it. He charged toward Bailey Jean. This scene was too sudden. Not only was Lin Songhai shocked, all the warriors present were shocked. Jiang Cheng, who had just rushed out of the martial imperial palace, also widened his eyes in disbelief. This Yi Fei actually dares to fight with Bailey Jean? The young warriors who had come out of the martial imperial palace were also shocked. Who was Bailey Jean? He was the #1 genius of the Snow Wind Empire, a young king with a special bloodline. Bailey Jean had once defeated the top 10 geniuses of the empire with one hand and established a supreme power. Facing such a young king, many older generation martial sages had to avoid him. Chapter 899. 3 Breaths. Crazy. Yi Fei is completely crazy. After recovering from their shock, the youths who came out of the martial imperial palace shook their heads. The outcome of the battle was already decided. Yi Fei is finished. It is too difficult for an ordinary genius to defeat a special genius. Many of the older generation experts who were watching the battle retracted their gazes and stopped paying attention to the battle in the sky. Instead, they decided to bring their juniors back to their sides. At this moment, suddenly, a terrifying vibration could be felt from the sky. Not only did Yi Fei refuse to submit, he even dared to take the initiative to attack. Bailey Jean's face was instantly filled with anger. Yi Fei, how dare you fake your surrender? Humph, do you think that your little tricks will work in front of me? I don't know if it will work or not. I only know that my martial arts should be courageous and never admit defeat. Xia Jun, take my sister and leave. Yi Fei turned around and shouted at Xia Jun. Only by letting Xia Jun take his sister away safely could he be at ease to fight with Bailey Jean and then think of a way to escape. Humph, do you think it will be that easy to leave? I will set up a seal on their bodies. In the next 3 breaths, they will not be able to move. In 3 breaths, I will defeat you and let them see how I kill you. Bailey Jean stretched out 3 fingers. Then, the 3 fingers turned into 3 terrifying rays of light. 2 of them turned into invisible chains and instantly bound Xia Jun and Yi Shanshan to the ground. The other ray of light turned into a terrifying light pillar that shattered the void and shook the heavens and earth. At the same time, under the terrifying light beam, all the martialists were unable to move. Lin Songhai's face revealed a shocked expression. This was because under the light beam, he was also affected and his movements became sluggish. He had originally wanted to quickly bring Linning back. However, when Bailey Jean's light pillar appeared, he had no choice but to quickly retreat. He was afraid that he would be affected by Bailey Jean's battle. Although Bailey Jean was only at earth-penetrating level 10, he already had the strength of a martial sage. This is a true genius. Feeling Bailey Jean's terrifying devil finger attack, Lin Songhai felt as if he had aged a few hundred years in an instant. Facing this demonic finger, Yi Fei suddenly felt the dark clouds of death in his heart. The attack of a martial saint. I remember that a few months ago in the Xiexio Sea, Bailey Jun couldn't even defeat a half-saint. In just a few months, Bailey Jun's attack has reached the level of a martial saint. Only now did Yi Fei realize how terrifying a genius with a special bloodline was. However, he could not retreat. He couldn't back down. 3 breaths. As long as I can hold on for 3 breaths, Xia Jun will be able to take my sister away with the 10,000 miles in a breath charm. Then, I can take the opportunity to escape. I must hold on for these 3 breaths. Kill. Sky Sword Art, Sky Sword. Yi Fei raised his emperor-based Saint's sword and roared. Fierce sword radiance formed a huge light pillar on his body. What was more terrifying was that the moment the light pillar formed, the swords of the surrounding martial artists were all attracted to it. Endless sword chi burst out and merged with the light pillar. What's going on? What kind of swordsmanship is that? How can it attract our sword chi? All the martial artists who used swords were shocked. They used all their strength to suppress the restlessness of their swords. Sky Sword Art. That must be the Sky Sword Art. That damn junior. He actually passed the Martial Emperor Palace and obtained the triple ultimate Martial Emperor's unique skill. Lin Songhai was shocked and jealous. He had only obtained half of the Sky Saber art, but he had already broken through to the omnipotent Great Sage level. On the other hand, Yi Fei had obtained all the unique skills of the triple ultimate Martial Emperor. Boom! Boom! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yi Fei's sword radiance and Bailey Jun's demonic light collided at the same time. The entire area was shattered into a terrifying vortex. In the vortex, Yi Fei's hair fluttered. The sword radiance on his body was like a river, slashing forward in an attempt to drown Bailey Jun. Bailey Jun's face was cold. He did not move an inch. The demonic flames on his body suddenly formed a terrifying hurricane that whistled. Triple Ultimate Martial Emperor's Sky Sword Art? Yi Fei, is this your trump card? You want to challenge me with this martial skill? You are ridiculous. You used all your strength to attack, but you still can't block my casual attack. This is the huge gap between you and me. Bailey Jun stretched out his finger again and pointed forward. The boundless power of heaven and earth turned into a terrifying force that instantly shattered the sword radiance in the sky. Yi Fei also suffered a certain degree of injury because of this. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Yi Fei did not retreat. His eyes flashed with a strong hope. 2 more breaths. As long as I can hold on for 2 more breaths, my sister and Xia Jun will be safe. I can still fight. 12 primordial spirits erupt. Boom, boom, boom. 12 small resplendent suns suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky. They were all Yi Fei's primordial spirits. Originally, he did not want to expose them. However, Bailey Jun was too strong. If he did not erupt with all 12 primordial spirits, he would not be able to hold on for 3 breaths. 12 primordial spirits. This Yi Fei actually has 12 primordial spirits. Oh my god, no wonder this kid is so strong. He actually condensed 12 primordial spirits. When Yi Fei's 12 primordial spirits appeared, many martial artists were immediately stunned. Lin Songhai, a martial sage, also widened his eyes in disbelief. The current martial heaven continent could not be compared to the ancient era. Not only had the martial path withered, but spirit stones were also extremely scarce. So primordial spirits were now extremely rare. As for someone like Yi Fei who could condense 12 primordial spirits in one go, that was something that no one had ever heard of before, let alone Lin Songhai. Even Bailey Jun's expression changed. You actually have 12 primordial spirits. No wonder you dare to fight with me. Unfortunately, you don't have a special bloodline. A mortal is a mortal. Even if you have 20 primordial spirits, special geniuses like us can only advance 1 step every 10 steps. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Sneered Bailey Jun. However, in the face of Yi Fei's 12 primordial spirits, Bailey Jun's expression became solemn. He no longer played around with Yi Fei. Instead, he took out his true power. Second move, I'll send you to the Western Paradise. Devil Flame, Sacred Saber. Bailey Jun condensed a boundless amount of demonic flames. The hurricane suddenly turned into a terrifying demonic saber. It shattered space and killed everything. The terrifying killing intent made Lin Songhai, a martial sage, feel suffocated. He could not help but retreat. Yifei's expression also changed. He knew that the first time he had been able to block Bailey Jun's devil finger was just a fluke. A second time, he wouldn't be so lucky. It seems I can only go all out. How an earth sword block for me? Yifei spat out a mouthful of blood as the 12 nascent divinities behind him erupted with power. He unleashed the heavenly sword incantation, unleashing boundless true energy that connected to the earth. One sword mountain after another rose from the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 900. A moment of crisis. This is impossible. When other people saw Yi Fei condense 12 sword mountains, they were most shocked. However, when Lin Songhai saw this scene, he was filled with endless fear. The heavenly sword art and the heavenly saber art were of the same origin. It was just that the martial arts they comprehended were different. Lin Songhai, who possessed half of the heavenly saber art, could also use the power of the earth to condense sword and saber mountains like Yifei. However, even a martial sage like him could only condense 7 saber mountains at most. That was his limit. This was not an issue of cultivation level, but rather the gap between the two sides' perception and compatibility. Lin Songhai suddenly thought of a possibility that made him feel fear. Could it be that this kid passed the hell difficulty test in the Martial Royal Palace? According to the records of the heavenly saber art, only those who have grasped the battle instinct will be able to perfectly execute the heavenly saber art and heavenly sword art. Although Lin Songhai was a martial sage, he hadn't reached the stage where he could transform his battle consciousness into his battle instincts. When he saw Yi Fei use his battle instincts to execute the perfect heavenly sword art, Lin Songhai suddenly felt as if he had aged several decades again. Boom! In the sky, Yi Fei used all of his strength to control the 12 sword chi mountains. They formed 12 sword meteors and continuously slashed at by Li Zhan's demonic flame sacred saber. The saber and sword lights of both sides collided fiercely in the sky. Yi Fei unleashed the full potential of the divine battle Dao. The boundless power of the Azura realm allowed him to enter the forbidden territory of the ancient geniuses, granting him the ability to fight someone 3 levels higher. At the same time, the enhancement from the Emperor-based Saint Sword also gave Yi Fei the ability to fight opponents who were 3 levels higher than him. Now, Yi Fei could fight opponents who were 6 levels higher than him. With the cultivation of Earth-penetrating level 5, he was able to exert the attack power of a half-saint. Such a result undoubtedly shocked all the spectating martial artists. What? This brat having 12 essence spirits is already ridiculous enough. He can even fight someone 6 ranks above him. Yi Fei's performance left many older martial artists deeply shocked. Humph! He's only relying on the Imperial Saint Sword. If he didn't have the Imperial Saint Sword, any one of us would be able to kill him with his earth-penetrating 5th stage cultivation base. There were also martial artists who were jealous of Yi Fei's talent and spoke sarcastically. For instance, Jiang Fan and the other young martial artists didn't find Yi Fei pleasing to the eye. This was because under Yi Fei's radiance, they were completely inferior. That's a gap of 6 levels. If Brother Yi can withstand 3 moves from Bailey Jun and escape, his name will definitely shake the entire Snow Wind Empire. He even has a chance to enter the top 10 of the Earth ranking. Jiang Cheng suddenly let out a long sigh. He was also a very strong genius, but the battle between Bailey Jun and Yi Fei had undoubtedly made Jiang Cheng feel immense pressure. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Bailey Jun's demonic flames covered the sky like a demon god walking in the sky. He stared coldly at Yi Fei. His eyes were cold, but also filled with admiration. He was commenting on Yi Fei as if he was a junior. Yi Fei, you really surprised me. It's already very difficult for a mortal like you to condense 12 essence spirits. I didn't expect you to be able to fight someone 6 ranks above you. With this strength, you can be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Snow Wind Empire. Why? Are you scared? Yi Fei's expression was dignified. 12 Sword Mountains was the limit of his current strength, but it was only enough to block Bailey Zhan's demonic flame sacred saber. Yi Fei felt that Bailey Zhan was not serious. The second move was just a casual attack. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Bailey Zhan let out a disdainful sneer. His eyes turned completely cold. It seems that blocking my demonic flame sacred saber has allowed you to regain a trace of confidence. Since that's the case, I'll completely crush your confidence. Boom! The demonic flames on Bailey Zhan's body erupted like a volcano. The endless demonic flames turned into demonic flame sacred saber that floated around Bailey Zhan. Yi Fei looked carefully. This is the real demonic flame sacred saber. The sacred saber is as strong as my demonic flame. This is my true strength. Our special bloodline is God. No matter how hard you work, it's a joke. No matter how hard you try, it's stupid. In front of me, you only have 2 paths. 1. Kneel down and beg for my forgiveness, or die under my demonic flame sacred saber. Following Bailey Zhan's words, the endless demonic flame sacred saber in the sky suddenly merged into one, forming a huge saber light that was burning with demonic flames. It shattered the sky and shattered the earth. Who knows how many young martial artists were scared out of their wits. Everyone was about the same age as Bailey Zhan, and there wasn't much difference between their realms. However, their battle strength was worlds apart. When Bailey Zhan's massive demonic flame sacred saber appeared, everyone present, including Marshal Saint Lin Songhai, felt an immense threat of death. Directly facing this saber, Yi Fei's hands and feet turned cold. A martial artist with a special bloodline was too terrifying. Before the demonic flame sacred saber fell, Yi Fei's self-confidence had already been shattered into pieces. But this was only the 3rd breath of time. It was only the 3rd breath of time. After Yi Fei's fear passed, a deep sense of unwillingness flashed through his heart. Were special geniuses really that strong? So strong that he couldn't even last 3 breaths at a time? Then what about his little sister? What about Xia Jun? Yi Fei turned his head. He could clearly see the fear on Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun's faces. Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun couldn't speak under Bailey Zhan's imprisonment. They could only desperately shake their heads at Yi Fei, telling him to ignore them and run for his life. Big brother, run quickly. We can die, but you can't die. Xia Jun didn't even care about the damage to his primordial spirit. He directly used the power of his primordial spirit to transmit his thoughts. Yi Fei's heart trembled. Then, he shook his head with a resolute expression. If we die together. If we leave together. If you want me to abandon my sister and brothers and run for my life, I, Yi Fei, can't do it. At worst, he could activate his undying sword soul again. But if he did that, his greatest secret would be revealed. But now, he couldn't care less. Even if he threw out the dragon turtle, he still wouldn't be Bailey Zhan's match. Other than completely releasing his undying sword soul, Yi Fei really didn't know how he could resist Bailey Zhan for 3 breaths of time without dying. Kill. I have a 3rd choice. That is to persevere to the end for my sister and brothers. 12 Sword Mountains explode. Yi Fei crazily waved the emperor-based Saint's sword in his hand. The 12 Sword Mountains that were originally revolving around him exploded with dazzling sword light at the same time. They continuously slashed at the huge demonic flame sacred saber in the sky. Yi Fei still couldn't decide to use his undying sword soul. Therefore, he decided to use the Sword Mountains to try and block the attack. You're just making a last-ditch effort. Foolish mortal. Now I will let you know how terrifying my special bloodline is. Slash. Rumble. The demonic flame sacred saber slashed down rapidly. It destroyed all 12 sword mountains in the blink of an eye. Chapter 901. Rebirth of the Martial Emperor Wush. Jiang Cheng didn't stay. He turned around and prepared to flee, but a pair of blood-red eyes had already locked onto him. Jiang Cheng, where are you going? Lin Songhai had been eyeing Jiang Cheng for a long time. That old thing Jiang Min had gone crazy and self-detonated, killing all the experts of the Lin family. This was a blood feud. Seeing that Yi Fei was about to die under Bailey Zhen's demonic flame sacred blade, Lin Songhai naturally shifted his anger to Jiang Cheng. At practically the same time the demonic flame sacred saber in the sky locked onto Yi Fei, Lin Songhai, a martial sage on the ground, finally stabilized his injuries. Then he erupted with boundless killing intent and charged at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, your dead grandpa went crazy and self-detonated, killing my son and all the Lin family's experts. Today, I'll kill you and everyone from your Jiang family to accompany Fei Ying's group in death. Lin Songhai roared. He also condensed a heavenly blade and slashed at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was stunned. What? My grandfather blew himself up and died? He felt incredulous. He recalled what Yi Fei had said to him before he walked out of the Martial Emperor Palace. Be careful of your grandfather. Could it be that Grandpa's death has something to do with Yi Fei? Jiang Cheng raised his head and looked calmly at Yi Fei. In an instant, he suddenly understood. What? My father is dead? All the experts of my Lin clan are dead? Hearing this grievous news, Lin Ying, the poor child, burst into tears on the spot and rushed madly towards Jiang City. Jiang Cheng, you deserve to die, just like Yi Fei. Anyway, Yi Fei is dead for sure. Go down and accompany him in death. Boundless killing intent appeared on Lin Ying's body. She was about to condense a heavenly saber and cooperate with Lin Songhai to kill Jiang Cheng. Boom! Soundless. Between the heavens and the earth, a terrifying might that was as vast as the sea suddenly emerged. That might was simply too terrifying. As soon as it was released from the ground, it formed a fearsome air current, spreading in all directions like a flood. Jiang Cheng and the others, who were standing outside the Martial Imperial Palace, were the first to suffer the impact of this terrifying power. They were instantly thrown into disorder. Jiang Cheng, Lin Ying, and the other young martial artists all vomited blood and were injured. Wow! Lin Songhai, the martial sage, also screamed miserably. Not only was his heavenly saber completely shattered under this might, but he also suffered a certain degree of backlash. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying several hundred meters away. At the same time, this power seemed to have intelligence. The more powerful the warrior, the more violent the impact. For example, Lin Songhai and many of the half-saints present all vomited blood and were severely injured by this impact. They were sent flying hundreds to thousands of meters away. On the other hand, many young martial artists of Earth Absolute Stage 6, 7, and 8 only suffered light injuries and were forced to lie on the ground, unable to move. What the hell is going on? What happened? Many of the older generation experts' eyes were filled with fear. Like the younger generation present, their bodies were also unable to move under this pressure. Only Lin Songhai seemed to have thought of something. He didn't even care about killing Jiang Cheng. He just looked up at the sky with incomparable terror. But soon he was puzzled. In the sky, Yi Fei and Bailey Zhen had stopped fighting. Strictly speaking, it was when Yi Fei was about to disregard everything and release the undying sword soul. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying power erupted from the Martial Imperial Palace. Under this power, Yi Fei's body was instantly confined. Bailey Zhen was similarly confined. At the same time, the huge demonic flame sacred saber was also confined in the sky. It was emitting raging demonic flame, but it was unable to slash Yi Fei's body. This was because the power emitted from the Martial Imperial Palace was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that even the martial arts released by were instantly frozen. What the hell is going on? Isn't the Martial Imperial Palace an inanimate object? Why is it emitting such a terrifying power? Could it be that the three ultimate martial emperors' corpse has come back to life? I heard that if the corpses of martial sages and above don't transform into Tao, they will turn into terrifying bone demons or corpse demons. Someone started to indulge in fantasy and thought of this possibility. After that, that person wanted to ruthlessly slap himself in the face. Following that person's words, a tall and imposing figure suddenly appeared from within the shaking martial imperial palace. Although this figure had his back to the crowd, it was still extremely terrifying. That kind of power, that kind of invisible pressure and fear. Yi Fei's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this. He had entered the underground palace and, of course, he had recognized the owner of this figure with a glance. It was obviously the three ultimate martial emperor. Three ultimate martial emperor. How could it be the three ultimate martial emperor? Yi Fei was extremely shocked. It should be known that when he was in the underground palace, he had personally seen the three ultimate martial emperor's remnant shadow being destroyed by the undying sword soul. Could it be that the three ultimate martial emperor hates me for destroying his remnant shadow and has really come back to take revenge on me? The situation was too strange. Apart from a corpse coming back to life, Yi Fei could not think of any other possibility. A corpse coming back to life? How is that possible? The three ultimate martial emperor has been dead for at least 2,000 years. How could he come back to life? No matter who is deliberately mystifying things, whoever dares to stop me from killing Yi Fei will be my enemy. Just as the demonic flame divine blade was about to kill Yi Fei, the underground palace suddenly shook, and surprisingly, it had sealed his martial arts. Bai Lijun was astonished and then became furious. In the end, he was a genius with a special bloodline. Other people were in awe of the three ultimate martial emperor, but in Bai Lijun's eyes, there was only arrogance and disdain. He simply did not put the three ultimate martial emperor in his eyes. 100 Demonic Taboo. The demonic flame on Bai Lijun's body started burning again. He had allowed Yi Fei to escape 3 deadly attacks in a row. Bai Lijun was extremely angry. He did not want to waste time with Yi Fei anymore. He simply used his strongest martial arts. A terrifying demonic fist broke through the martial emperor's seal and attacked Yi Fei again. Oh no, Bai Lijun can actually resist the power of a martial emperor? Yi Fei was shocked, but then he heaved a sigh of relief. Now that 3 breaths of time had passed, Bai Lijun's control over his sister and Xia Jun had been removed. This was his last chance to escape. Boom! Yi Fei also exploded with the power of Azura. He smashed the seal around him with a punch and was about to return to Yi Shanshan's side. At this moment, he suddenly felt a great fear in his heart. Everyone present also showed fear on their faces. Bai Lijun stopped chasing after Yi Fei. He looked at the martial emperor palace in horror as a huge figure slowly walked out. It was the 3 ultimate martial emperor's figure. It was also the figure of a martial emperor. Who dares to disturb my slumber? The 3 ultimate martial emperor said coldly. He did not walk out of the martial emperor palace, but the martial emperor's aura that he emitted suppressed everyone and caused them to fall from the sky. Chapter 902. Scaring away the enemy Bai Lijun couldn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. He didn't have time to deal with Yi Fei. The moment he activated the 100 Demon Taboo, the 3 ultimate martial emperor turned around and looked at Bai Lijun coldly with his green eyes. That one glance caused Bai Lijun to see many illusions. It was as if there were countless vengeful spirits coming for his life. A corpse is really coming to life. It's over. Our Royal Wind City is completely finished. Many half-sages of the Royal Wind City are crying miserably. They are martial emperors of the Royal Wind City. There were statues of the 3 ultimate martial emperor in the Royal Wind City. Naturally, everyone recognized that the man who had turned around was indeed the 3 ultimate martial emperor. However, the eyes of the living 3 ultimate martial emperor were black. The eyes of the one in front of them were green. It looked like the eyes of a corpse demon. How could they not be afraid? Corpse demon. How did the three ultimate martial emperor turn into a corpse demon? Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Yifei suddenly felt that something was strange. He had clearly seen the three ultimate martial emperors Dao transformation in the underground palace. What remained of his corpse was just an illusion. Since the three ultimate martial emperor's corpse was gone, how could he have turned into a corpse demon? Could it be that there were two more martial emperors in the underground palace? Yifei couldn't figure it out. However, seeing that Bailey Zhan couldn't do anything to him in front of the three ultimate martial emperor, Yifei rushed back to his sister and Xia Jun as fast as he could. "Sister, Xia Jun, are you all right?" asked Yifei. "How can we be all right? That's a corpse demon of a martial emperor. It's too dangerous here. I still have 3 10,000-mile instant talismans. Let's hurry." Before Xia Jun could finish speaking, Yifei, Xia Jun, Yi Shanshan, and everyone else present were suddenly suppressed by the three ultimate martial emperor's aura. Bailey Zhan let out a furious roar. He could feel that the three ultimate martial emperor was targeting him, as he was the strongest among them. "It was you who disturbed my slumber?" After suppressing everyone, the three absolute martial emperor coldly stared at Bailey Zhan with his green eyes. "So what if it's me? I don't believe it. You're the corpse demon of the three ultimate martial emperor. Take this. 100 demons taboo." Bailey Zhan suddenly roared. As a special genius, Bailey Zhan's strength was simply terrifying. When everyone was being suppressed, Bailey Zhan managed to break free from the suppression of the martial emperor's aura. He stood up from the ground like a furious demon god and suddenly threw a punch at the three ultimate martial emperor. "Tri-ultimate martial dominator, you've been dead for 2,000 years. I don't believe that you can come back to life. There must be someone behind this. Show yourself." Bailey Zhan released endless devil flames. His entire body turned into a huge devil god. He fiercely pounced on the three ultimate martial emperor. Many people's faces turned ashen. Yifei also sighed. "The gap between me and Bailey Zhan is still too big." Then, he looked at the three ultimate martial emperor. However, the three ultimate martial emperor did not dodge. His cold green eyes suddenly burst out with boundless anger. "Those who disturb my slumber die." Yifei saw a terrifying giant hand tearing the void apart and reaching deep into the starry sky. It grabbed a star from the starry sky and threw it at Bailey Zhan and the people below. "Oh my God! Grandpa, save me. I don't want to die." Linning was so scared that he collapsed on the spot. Not only him, but many martial artists who were present also collapsed when they saw this scene. After all, that was grabbing a star with his bare hands. Even the ancient great emperors could not do such a terrifying thing. However, the three ultimate martial emperor had done it. Yifei's heart was as firm as a rock. At this moment, he felt like his gallbladder was about to shatter. Bailey Zhan was extremely arrogant. However, when he saw the three ultimate martial emperors move, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. At first, Bailey Zhan doubted that the three ultimate martial emperor was a fake. Now that he saw the three ultimate martial emperor grabbing a star with his bare hands, Bailey Zhan was so scared that he lost his ability to think. "Three ultimate martial emperor, you win this time. Yifei, if you don't want to die, the three of you should come with me." Bailey Zhan was covered in cold sweat. He quickly took out a space teleportation talisman and crushed it. However, Bailey Zhan was not willing to give up on Yifei. After all, Yifei might be hiding her. For the sake of the mission, Bailey Zhan decided to save Yifei's life. Yifei only sneered, "Bailey Zhan, as long as I don't die today, I will definitely find you and fight to the death in the future." Ever since he went out to sea, he had been chased by Bailey Zhan like a dog. Yifei was not a generous person. As long as he did not die, he would definitely take revenge. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. It's just a pity for her." Bailey Zhan sighed and crushed the space teleportation talisman in his hand. In an instant, he disappeared from this world and teleported 100,000 miles away. As a special genius, Bailey Zhan was not only strong, but he also had many treasures on him. However, the group of half-sages in the Royal Wind City and the older generation experts were frightened. In the face of the power of a falling star, all they could do was burn their blood essence and run away as fast as they could. The strange thing was that when Bailey Jean was running for his life, Yi Fei felt that the power of heaven and earth around them had disappeared. It was as if the three ultimate martial emperor was purposely letting everyone run for their lives. Lin Songhai risked his life to rush to Lin Ying's side. He didn't even have time to kill Jiang Cheng. He didn't bring Lin Ying back to the Royal Wind City. Instead, they ran for their lives. After all, it was a falling star. If it really fell, the entire Royal Wind City would be smashed into ashes. Even so, all the cultivators, including Jiang Cheng, ran for their lives in all directions, hoping to escape this calamity. "Brother, let's go." Before the star fell from the sky, Xia Jun quickly distributed 3 10,000-mile instant talismans to everyone. He wanted to run for his life. However, Yi Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." After Bailey Jean ran for his life, the three ultimate martial emperor's green eyes were staring coldly at Yi Fei. The star in his hand didn't fall. "Yi Fei, do you know your mistake?" The three ultimate martial emperor asked coldly. "Senior, I know my mistake. I shouldn't have destroyed your corpse. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my sister and brother. Please let them go. I'll let you do whatever you want with them." Yi Fei cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, facing a martial emperor, there was no way he could run for his life. However, even if he was going to die, he still wanted to fight for his sister and Xia Jun's lives. "I can die, but I can't let my sister and brother die with me." Yi Fei's eyes were filled with determination. The three ultimate martial emperors' eyes were filled with a strange light. "You're really willing to exchange your life for theirs." Chapter 903. "I'm your uncle." Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun were both shocked. "No, brother, you can't do this." Yi Shanshan cried and grabbed Yi Fei's hand tightly. "I don't want to see you die." "That's right. If we live together. If we die together. I, Xia Jun, am not a coward." Xia Jun was also determined. Since Yi Fei was willing to give up his life to protect him, he would not leave him behind. Xia Jun stood in front of Yi Fei and Yi Shanshan. "Brother, leave quickly. I'm more resistant. I'll cover your retreat." "Ha ha, little Yi, although you haven't improved in the past few years, your character hasn't changed at all. However, these two have good characters. They are indeed worthy of you giving up your life to protect them." Under the threat of the martial emperor, Yi Fei and the other two did not run away or retreat. Instead, they fought to their deaths. The triultimate martial emperor was undoubtedly very satisfied with their actions. He laughed on the spot. As he laughed, the pressure of heaven and earth that originally existed in the surroundings completely disappeared. Xia Jun's eyes lit up. He quickly gave Yi Fei a look. Without the suppression of the martial emperor's aura, they now had a chance to use the 10,000-mile instant talisman to escape. Yi Fei also subtly shook his head at Xia Jun. He stopped Xia Jun's actions. After all, they were facing a martial emperor. As long as the martial emperor was willing, it was not difficult for him to cross thousands of miles. At the same time, Yi Fei also had some doubts. Why did the triultimate martial emperor's voice sound so familiar? It was as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Yi Shanshan also noticed this. She quietly asked Yi Fei, "Brother, do you know this martial emperor? Why does he seem to be very familiar with you?" "Shanshan, if I knew the martial emperor, would I have been beaten so badly by Bailey Jean?" Yi Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did know the martial emperor, but he was the demon emperor who had returned to the heavenly devil continent. As for this triple ultimate martial emperor, other than his voice, Yi Fei was sure that he did not know him. "What? You don't know him? Bastard brat, it's only been a few years, and you don't even recognize me? Am I your grandpa?" The triple ultimate martial emperor was very angry. He took a step forward and walked out of the martial emperor palace. It had to be said that seeing a martial emperor Dharma idol that was dozens of meters tall, holding a star in his hand, was very shocking. However, when he heard the triultimate martial emperor's words, Yi Fei's face darkened. Xia Jun immediately sent a message to the triultimate martial emperor. Big brother, this martial emperor is a little despicable. He actually scolded us. Yi Fei was still puzzled, but Xia Jun's words reminded him why the three ultimate martial emperor's voice sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the voice of the stone puppet from the Azure Saint Palace? However, wasn't that stone puppet supposed to be guarding the Azure Saint Palace? Why was it in the central region? Grandpa, is it really you? Yi Fei could not connect the stalwart triple ultimate martial emperor in front of him with the despicable stone puppet from the Azure Saint Palace. If it wasn't me, who else would come to save you? Seeing that Yi Fei recognized him, the stone puppet that had turned into the triple ultimate martial emperor raised its head arrogantly, as if hinting to Yi Fei that if he called him Grandpa a few more times, Grandpa would come out. However, the stone puppet's arrogance did not last long. Roar! Suddenly, behind the Dharma idol of the three ultimate martial emperor, another Dharma idol of a huge black python appeared. The black python Dharma idol was still very angry. It seemed that it had been suppressed for a long time. At this time, it seized the opportunity of the stone puppet relaxing and finally rushed out. It turned into a huge dragon python that was dozens of meters tall. It roared and chased after the stone puppet and bit it. Boom! The triple ultimate martial emperor Dharma idol disappeared completely. At the same time, Yi Fei was dumbfounded as he saw a very familiar stone puppet holding a bucket of paint and using all its strength to paint its body while desperately running out of the martial emperor palace. Behind it was the mad black dragon python that was tearing and biting, angrily jumping and jumping. It wanted to swallow the stone puppet in one bite several times, but because the stone puppet's body was too hard, it did not succeed. Xia Jun was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the triple ultimate martial emperor's corpse came back to life? Where did this stone puppet come from? Yi Fei was also speechless. Only now did he understand that the triple ultimate martial emperor's corpse did not come back to life. The real corpse that came back to life was the stone puppet from the Azure Saint Palace. Originally, after the martial emperor palace's examination, it would automatically close and disappear into the void. However, the stone puppet had used some unknown method to sneak into the martial emperor palace. It had even turned into the appearance of the triple ultimate martial emperor, frightening everyone. However, this was also the most despicable thing about the stone puppet. He could understand if it scared Bailey Zhan, but why did it scare the three of them? Go back. In the end, it was all thanks to the stone puppet that Bailey Zhan was able to flee in panic. Seeing that the stone puppet was about to be eaten by the dragon python, Yi Fei quickly rushed up and waved his imperial saint's sword, activating the heavenly sword art. The black dragon python reluctantly let go of the stone puppet. It roared at Yi Fei and then returned to the martial emperor palace. Boom! The entire martial emperor palace completely disappeared into the void. The stone puppet also fell headfirst to the ground, creating a huge crater. I really fell to my death. Little brat Yi, hurry up and bring a mirror over for me to see if I'm dirty. Even if I fall, I want to make sure that I'm shiny and clean. As the stone puppet spoke, it hurriedly took out a bucket of paint. It first brushed its stone head a few times to remove the weeds on it. Of course, Yi Fei would not find a mirror for it for no reason. He walked over curiously. When he saw that the stone puppet was almost done brushing, he asked, "Sir, aren't you in the Azure Saint Palace? How'd you come out?" What a joke. I'm clearly a person who can go wherever I want. Cough, cough. Of course, this is also thanks to you. As long as you're recognized by the Saint Palace, us guardian puppets will become your guardians. Naturally, we can come out. What? You're my guardian? Then why haven't I seen you come out to protect me? Yi Fei was so pissed that he even wanted to hammer this stone puppet to death. Which of the other Dao protectors didn't want to protect the person they were protecting tightly? This stone puppet on the other hand, had never appeared before. "Sir, don't tell me you've been running around the moment you came out?" Yifei looked at the stone puppet suspiciously. The stone puppet's stone face also turned red. It consciously changed the topic and said, "Cough, cough. Little brat Yi, let's talk about it later. For now, let's run for our lives. My method just now can only scare Bailey Zhan for a moment. You should realize it soon." Xia Jun was shocked. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Big brother, let's run." "All right." Yifei was a little depressed, but he also understood that the gap between him and Bailey Zhan was still too big. He could only get back at him later. At this time, the stone puppet hurriedly said, "Wait a moment. Find a palanquin first and carry me quickly. That way we can run." "What did you say?" "I want us to carry you in a palanquin." Yifei and Xia Jun's faces darkened at the same time. Even Yi Shanshan felt that this stone puppet was too pretentious. As if sensing Yifei and Xia Jun's fierce gazes, the stone puppet awkwardly changed its words. "Of course, it doesn't matter if there's no palanquin. It doesn't matter who carries me. I'm already exhausted from the martial emperor's summoning just now." Yifei realized that the stone puppet's aura was indeed very weak. He nodded and said to Xia Jun, "Xia Jun, carry me on your back." Xia Jun was very unwilling. He pointed at the stone puppet and said, "Big brother, I can't promise you anything except this. Don't you feel that carrying the words grandpa on your back is a kind of humiliation?" Yifei suddenly didn't know what to say. Chapter 904. Bailey Shuang Sha the stone puppet was still shouting. Countless black lines had already appeared on Yifei's face. Xia Jun almost coughed up blood. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up and fight with the stone puppet. "Brat, I'm already so old, yet you dare to hit me. Do you still have conscience? Go on, beat me to death. Anyway, I've already exhausted all my strength to save you. I can't fight back." The stone puppet smashed the rocks. He didn't forget to take out some paint and ruthlessly paint his body. Yifei's face darkened when he saw the stone puppet complaining. He didn't know what to say. Yi Shanshan was also speechless. The three of them were unable to associate this stone puppet with a martial monarch expert who had held a star in his hand and possessed boundless might. Xia Jun secretly asked Yifei, "Big brother, is this stone puppet really a martial emperor? Why is he so despicable? Who made this puppet? Tell me, I'll beat him to death later." If I knew, I would have done it long ago. You wouldn't have a chance." Yifei couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. However, he didn't forget that it was the stone puppet who had saved them. Although this old man liked to play tricks, they couldn't just leave him lying on the ground. Moreover, Yifei could see that the stone puppet had really tried his best this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chased by a semi-sage black dragon python until he was in such a sorry state. "Forget it. We'll just make do. Xia Jun, go and find a wooden plank. We'll make a stretcher to carry him." They definitely didn't have a palanquin. Yifei could only think of compromise. "Hee, that's a good idea." Xia Jun bared his teeth at the stone puppet and said deliberately, "I just happened to see a coffin board nearby. I'll go and get it now." "What? You actually want me to lie on a coffin board? I'd rather die than comply." The stone puppet's face was filled with grief and indignation. Yifei was speechless. Who on earth was this person who had made a puppet? Not only was it despicable, but even its expressions were so vivid. Yi Shanshan was a kind girl. She understood that Xia Jun was deliberately messing with the stone puppet, but she was still a little embarrassed. Blushing slightly, she walked over to help him up and said, "Grandpa, let me help you up first." When the stone puppet saw Yi Shanshan approaching, it suddenly widened its green eyes in surprise. "Little Yi, this is your sister? She's also from the northern region? If she's not my sister, then who's your sister?" Yifei snapped. That's hard to say. To tell you the truth, I'm 28 years old this year, and I'm a beautiful young man. So little sister, you can't call me grandpa. You should call me big brother," the stone puppet said in all seriousness. No matter how kind Yi Shanshan was, she still blushed when she heard that. Just as she was wondering how to address this grandpa, Yi Fei's face was already dark. He decided not to prepare a wooden board and directly took out a rope and tied it around the stone puppet's neck. He said, "Xia Jun, I'll leave this grandpa to you. It'll be more convenient for us to escape with him." With that, Yi Fei had already grabbed Yi Shanshan and soared into the sky. Xia Jun also walked over in high spirits and took the other puppet by the rope. He also flew into the sky. Soon, a strange scene appeared in the sky. The three of them were flying in the sky with a large rock tied to their feet. They were constantly cursing. "Little Yi, you're too much. This grandpa saved you out of kindness. It's fine if you don't carry me, but you actually tied me up. What do you take me for?" "Brother, it's not appropriate for us to do this." Yi Shanshan was a kind person and could not help but advise carefully. "Then, Sister Shanshan, you carry him," Xia Jun interrupted from the side. Yi Shanshan immediately shut up and pretended not to see the stone puppet hanging in the sky. The three of them quickly left the range of the Wind King Mountain. This time, Yi Fei did not return to the Wind King City. Instead, he left directly. The Void Transference Talisman and the 10,000-mile Instant Talisman were the most life-saving talismans among the ancient talismans. The former's teleportation distance was 3 times that of the latter. It was a distance of 30,000 miles. However, even with such a long distance, Bai Liz Hen still felt very unsafe. One had to know that the 3 ultimate martial emperor had plucked a star with his bare hands. If that star fell, even the area within 100,000 miles would be turned into ruins. Bai Liz Hen immediately decided to take out another Void Transference Talisman and prepared to continue escaping. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew over from the distant sky. When they saw Bai Lijian's disheveled hair and panic-stricken appearance, they jumped in fright. Bai Liz Hen is the most talented and special genius of the Bai Liz Hen clan. Even martial sages might not be able to kill him. Who exactly is it that can frighten Bai Liz Hen into running for his life? The Bai Li twin demons are very shocked. They hastily rushed over and said, "Bai Liz Hen, what happened? Who is chasing after you?" "It's the Bai Li twin demons." "Why are you here?" "Not good. Let's quickly escape." The 3 ultimate martial emperor's corpse came back to life, and he plucked a star with his bare hands. "He wanted to kill me." Bai Liz Hen was really scared this time. Although he is a special genius, he has also experienced many hardships, and his willpower is even stronger than many martial sages. The stone puppet plucking a star with his bare hands was too terrifying. Not to mention Bai Liz Hen, everyone, including Yi Fei, felt as if their souls had flown out of their bodies. Only because Bai Lijian's speed was too fast, he was able to escape with his life. What? The 3 ultimate martial emperor has been dead for 2,000 years. Even if his corpse came back to life, the corpse demon he turned into is at most a half martial emperor. A half martial emperor can pluck a star with his bare hands. Bai Liz Hen, are you scared senseless? The Bai Li twin demons are very shocked. After all, Bai Liz Hen is still young. The Bai Li twin demons are martial sages with rich experience. Most importantly, they have seen and communicated with martial emperors before. Plucking a star with his bare hands, not to mention a martial emperor, even a martial emperor would not be able to do it. Only a martial god, who exists in the void, could do such a thing. Not good, I was tricked. Bai Liz Hen is a special genius after all. He was just running for his life and did not have time to think. Now that the Bai Li twin demons reminded him, he finally came to his senses. No matter how powerful a martial emperor was, he could not pluck a star with his bare hands. Only a martial god could do that. As for the 3 ultimate martial emperor, even at his peak, he was only a strong cultivator of the 3rd layer of the martial emperor realm. After he died, he turned into a corpse demon and could not be stronger than the 3 ultimate martial emperor. Bai Liz Hen calmed himself down and tried his best to look in the direction of the Wind King Mountain. However, he saw that the sky was clear and boundless. Not to mention a star, not even a fragment of a meteorite could be seen. Boom! Bai Liz Hen was extremely furious. His hair started to burn crazily. The raging demonic flame and anger almost melted the surrounding space. Chapter 905. Hidden Danger. Bailey Jean's words stunned the Bailey twin demons. What? The most outstanding genius of the Bailey clan had been tricked? No matter who this person was, he must die. Humph. The white fiend and the black fiend could see the killing intent in each other's eyes. They were the same as Bailey Jean. To other cultivators, the Void Transference Talisman was a priceless treasure, but the Bailey twin fiends actually had one. Furthermore, they had used it without any hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh. After Bailey Jean, the Bailey twin fiends also arrived at the ruins of the Wind King Mountain. When they saw the complete destruction of the Wind King Mountain and the deep crater left behind by the martial sage's self-detonation, they were both shocked. What happened? Bailey Jean, weren't you tracking her? How did you encounter the self-destruction of a martial saint and the triple ultimate martial emperor who died 2,000 years ago? How unlucky must this person be to encounter such a thing? Of course, if the Bailey twin demons knew that Yi Fei was abandoned by the heavens, they would be able to understand. Unfortunately, they did not know, so they could only ask Bailey Jean. Bailey Jean's face darkened as he told them about how he had chased after Yi Fei. The Bailey twin demons were shocked. She hid it in the body of a person called Yi Fei. How is that possible? Is he crazy or stupid? He did not eat such a treasure, but kept her and protected her. Someone set up an ancient illusion here and used a powerful secret soul summoning technique. I know why the triple ultimate martial emperor's corpse came back to life. The Bailey twin demons were experienced. They quickly found the place where the stone puppets had set up the illusion. According to Bailey Jean's description, they were able to deduce what had happened. Now, there is someone who can use an ancient illusion. Needless to say, this person must have used the illusion to secretly enter the martial imperial palace and summon the triple ultimate martial emperor's soul. He must have created the illusion of the triple ultimate martial emperor's corpse coming back to life. The white demon analyzed coldly. Bailey Jean saw the barehanded star plucking technique. It should also be an ancient illusion. However, with a trace of the triple ultimate martial emperor's soul as a primer. Even if it is an illusion, it is difficult for anyone below the martial emperor realm to see through it. The black demon said as he looked at Bailey Jean with a strange expression. Bailey Jean's face. Bailey Jean editor. Vermilion editor. Vermilion bird. Jean's editor. Vermilion bird. Yes, young master. Bailey Shuangsha hurriedly knelt down and accepted the order. Bailey Shuangsha, I don't care what method you use. You must find Yi Fei's whereabouts. As long as you find him, I will let him know the consequences of fooling me. Vermilion's Vermilion bird. Dragon demons. Vermilion mountain wind and Milion snow's Vermilion bird was fire. Vermilion demon snow editor. His Vermilion by Vermilion buys vary. The Bailey Shuang Sha looked at each other. This was the first time they had seen Bailey Jean so angry. However, they didn't hesitate and quickly nodded. Young master, rest assured, our Bailey family is the strongest family in the Snow Wind Empire. If we want to find someone, it won't be difficult. He Sha laughed gloomily. Young master, you said earlier that Yi Fei is here to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking, right? That's even easier. There are only 3 roads to the imperial capital. Each of us will guard one, and we'll be able to wait for that kid to walk right into our trap. That would be for the best. Yi Fei, you better not run into me again. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Ka. Clenching his fists, Bailey Jean suddenly punched at the sky, leveling the entire Northern Wind Mountain to the ground. After that, Bailey Jean headed for Northern Wind City. He planned to use Northern Wind Mansion's influence to increase the bounty on Yi Fei, in case Yi Fei fled the Snow Wind Empire out of fear. On the other side, the Bailey twin demons also left separately. They rushed to the road leading to the imperial capital ahead of time. The first reason was to seal off the road, and the second reason was to hunt them down. Yi Fei, stop flying. I think it's very safe here. Put me down now. I need to talk to you. The stone puppet was tied by the neck and hung in the sky. Instantly, He felt that his entire life was filled with darkness. He could see his city from afar. Finally, the stone puppet could no longer keep his composure. He began to struggle again. At the same time, he began to put in a good word for Yi Fei. Fine. Seeing that he had taught the stone puppet a lesson, it was about time. After flying for a few days, Bailey Jun probably wouldn't be able to catch up with him anytime soon. Only then did Yi Fei land on the ground. The stone puppet untied the rope on its body at once. Without another word, it took out a bucket of paint and brushed it all over its body. Xia Jun was very curious. Why does this stone puppet keep brushing paint on its body? Brush it constantly so that there won't be any dust. Of course, scumbags like you won't understand such a profound principle. I can't be bothered to explain it to you either. As the stone puppet spoke, it furiously brushed the paint on its head again. Then it took out a bronze mirror and carefully looked at it. It even made a few different poses. Xia Jun, Yi Fei, Yi Shanshan. By the way, where were we just now? After the stone puppet finished brushing the paint, it remembered that it had something important to talk about. Xia Jun felt like vomiting blood. He really couldn't stand the stone puppet's antics here. He quickly bade farewell to Yi Fei and ran into the mountains to hunt for game. Brother, I'll go over there and take a look. Yi Shanshan was very smart. She understood that the stone puppet might have some misgivings because of their presence. Don't. It's up to him whether he wants to talk or not. Yi Fei hurriedly pulled Yi Shanshan back. They were in the mountains where vicious beasts ran rampant. He didn't feel safe leaving Yi Shanshan outside. The stone puppet glared angrily at him with its green eyes. Good lad, are you throwing a tantrum with me? Have you forgotten who saved your life? Also, it won't be long before you die an unnatural death. What? My brother will die an unnatural death? Brother, why don't we escape Zhongzhou? Let's go home. Let's go back to the northern region. Yi Shanshan was very worried when she heard that something would happen to Yi Fei. Sir, why do I feel like you're here to curse me? Yi Fei was very depressed. Just who had created this stone puppet? Why was it that every word it said, if it wasn't cheap, then it was annoying? Lad, I'm not cursing you this time. You're really going to die soon. Let me ask you, did you not listen to my advice and cultivate the power of the war demon and the power of Azura at the same time? The stone puppet's tone was very serious. Its green eyes looked at Yi Fei. For the first time, there was a hint of worry in its eyes. Yi Fei was shocked. He knew that although the stone puppet was unreliable, once it became serious, it would definitely not joke around. Yi Fei's heart sank. At this moment, he regretted leaving Yi Shanshan here. Seeing his sister's worried expression, Yi Fei sighed. Sir, how did you know that I didn't give up on cultivating the power of the war demon? Chapter 906. The power of despair. Yi Fei finally realized that although the Six Paths Sacred Palace didn't have the ability to help him, they had been paying attention to him all this time. They had even lit up a soul lamp for him in the Azure Saint Palace. Yi Fei didn't know that when the Six Paths Sacred Palace's old man and stone puppet discovered that there was a problem with his soul lamp, they took a great risk to force their way out of the heaven-forsaken land to warn Yi Fei. At the same time, the stone puppet didn't tell Yi Fei that after leaving the heaven-forsaken land, he had gone to several mysterious places in the northern domain alone, hoping to find a way to resolve Yi Fei's soul splitting. Until recently, he had obtained something by chance and rushed out to sea to find Yi Fei. The stone puppet looked at Yi Fei with a serious expression and said, Little brat Yi, you have to tell me the truth. Have you felt anything wrong with your body recently? Yi Fei shook his head and carefully thought back. I haven't felt anything wrong with me recently. My strength has been rising rapidly, but I am a person abandoned by the heavens and cannot comprehend the power of heaven and earth. That's right. Yi Fei suddenly remembered that something strange had happened to his body recently. When he burned his blood essence to save the 80 children with special constitutions, a phenomenon that only special bloodlines could cause had appeared on his body. Sir, I don't have a special bloodline. Why would a phenomenon appear on me? Yi Fei hurriedly asked, a little worried in his heart. What? A phenomenon has appeared on you. AI. Fortunately, I came in time. The stone puppet was shocked. Then he explained, in ancient times, special bloodlines weren't the only things that could cause a phenomenon. Only the combination of physique and bloodline could forge the strongest divine body. For example, our Azura Saint Palace's war god path. When cultivated to the limit, the Azura divine body will be born, and your blood will evolve into the Azura bloodline. Of course, you also cultivate a part of the war demon path. If you cultivate it to the limit, you may also be born with a war demon body. Your bones will evolve into the bones of the war demon. The Shura and the war demon are the strongest forces in a martial arts world. However, they reject each other and are mortal enemies. Two phenomena have appeared on your body at the same time. That means that the two energies in your body have already fused for the first time. That means that you're not far from death. After listening to Stone Puppet's explanation, Yi Fei realized that his continuous persuasion to give up the battle demon's power had actually led to such serious consequences. No wonder two strange phenomena appeared on his body at the same time. This could be the beginning of his soul splitting. Once the soul was split, even a martial emperor would die if his soul was split, let alone a puny almighty like Yi Fei. Sir, is there no way to cultivate the power of Shura and the power of the war demon at the same time? I feel that the combination of these two powers is very powerful. Yi Fei asked anxiously. After saying this, he couldn't help but blush. After all, the stone puppet had repeatedly warned him that he couldn't cultivate two powers at the same time. He had to give up on one. But Yi Fei really couldn't bear to do that. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Stone Puppet nearly vomited blood in anger. What a greedy brat. I've seen my fair share of lunatics, but this is the first time I've seen someone as greedy and suicidal as you. That's right, the power of the war demon and the power of Shura are two of the strongest forces in the world. In theory, the fusion of these two powers will definitely make you the strongest martial god in the world. But do you know that the fusion of these two powers is the power of despair? The power of despair? Yi Fei smacked his lips. This name was filled with a sense of tragedy. Stone Puppet said in a deep voice, make your opponent feel despair, and at the same time, make yourself feel despair. This is the power of despair. Yi Fei, you are not the first person to cultivate the power of the war demon and the power of Shura at the same time. In ancient times, there were a total of 360 top geniuses who made the same choice as you. Half of them had the martial god bloodline, and one of them even had the strongest natural martial god body in the world. Do you know what happened to them? They all died on this path. What, all of them died? Yi Fei was incomparably shocked. He couldn't believe this cruel reality. Possessing the martial god bloodline meant that one of these geniuses' parents was definitely a martial god level powerhouse. The natural martial god body was even more terrifying. It was known as the strongest body in the world. Anyone who possessed this body type didn't need to do anything. As long as they cultivated wholeheartedly, they would definitely become a martial god. But even such geniuses had fallen. They had died under the fusion of the power of Shura and the power of the war demon. Yi Fei suddenly felt that his body was constantly emitting cold air. Yi Shanshan nervously grabbed Yi Fei's arm, afraid that something would happen to Yi Fei. Sir, what should we do about my brother? You must have a way to save him, right? The little girl was so frightened that her eyes were filled with tears. She kept pleading with Stone Puppet. Yi Fei still couldn't believe it. I don't believe it. In theory, combining these two powers can make one the strongest martial god. Others might not be able to do it, but that doesn't mean that I can't. Besides, I was fine the first time I combined them. That's because you're too weak. Wait until you reach the 5th level of the war god path. At that time, your soul will split again. The heavenly Tao will notice you and send down a heavenly tribulation to erase you. Shura and the war demon represent the extreme powers of the world. The heavenly Tao will not allow someone who possesses these two powers to be born. The natural martial god body that I mentioned to you came from our Six Paths Sacred Palace. It belongs to our Shura Sacred Palace. The stone puppet's green eyes revealed a rare trace of sadness. Martial Saint in 1 year. Martial Emperor in 10 years. Martial Emperor in 20 years. An ordinary martial artist would need hundreds or even thousands of years to break through to the next realm. But that senior apprentice brother of his had broken through in just 20 years. With his talent, the martial god realm was just his starting point. His goal was to reach the honorable realm and even higher realms. Unfortunately, he didn't listen to the advice of the sect master and the 6 martial gods. He wanted to become the strongest martial god. In the end, he only combined the despair force twice before he fell into despair. In the end, his soul split and triggered the heavenly Tao. The 9 heavens martial god tribulation came early and struck him to death. The stone puppet continued to speak. Yi Fei listened quietly. He heard that the senior brother with the natural martial god body had only combined the despair force twice before he was struck to death. Even though it was a hot day, Yi Fei's body was covered in cold sweat. He had combined the despair force once. Didn't that mean that when he combined the despair force for the second time, there would be a 9 heavens martial god tribulation? How could he resist it? Chapter 907. The Heart of the Demon Dragon. Of course, little Yi, you don't have to worry. If you want to wait for the 9 heavens martial god tribulation, you'll have to wait until you break through to the martial emperor realm. However, you should make up your mind to get rid of one of the 2 powers in your body. The stone puppet comforted Yi Fei when he saw that he was worried. Yi Fei let out a sigh of relief. If the 9 heavens martial god tribulation had descended during the second fusion, not to mention his 12 primordial spirits, even if he had 1,200 primordial spirits, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the tribulation that only martial gods could experience. However, the stone puppet's words made Yi Fei hesitate. Although the fusion of the Azura Force and the War Demon Force had a lot of hidden dangers, the fusion of the 2 powers was extremely powerful. Once Yi Fei decided to give up the War Demon Force, his purple gold Tai Chi would also be destroyed. After all, the purple gold Tai Chi is the first martial art that I have created. It is also an ultimate martial art. Do I really have to destroy it? Sir, don't you have a way for me to keep both powers at the same time? Yi Fei was unwilling to give up. That was the purple gold Tai Chi. If he destroyed the purple gold Tai Chi and the War Demon Force, his battle strength would be reduced by at least half. Yi Fei was already under a lot of pressure when he faced geniuses with special bloodlines like Bailey Zhen. If his battle strength was reduced by half, Yi Fei could not imagine how he would face a special genius like Bailey Zhen in the future. Is it really like what Bailey Zhen said? Ordinary martial artists like us, no matter how hard we work, are just a joke in the eyes of special geniuses? Are our beliefs stupid? No matter how hard we persevere, it will all be in vain? Yi Fei clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He gritted his teeth, and a strong reluctance flashed in his eyes. It was not easy for him to come this far. If he moved forward, it would be a bottomless abyss. If he retreated, he would not be able to recover, and he would lose the chance to catch up with special geniuses like Bailey Zhen. After weighing the 2 options, Yi Fei finally made up his mind. He raised his head, and the confusion in his eyes disappeared. It was replaced by determination and a strong belief. Sir, I've decided. I won't give up on the power of the War Demon. The stone puppet was stunned. Then he pointed at Yi Fei and scolded. Bastard, I've told you so much. Why are you so stubborn? Let me tell you, if you don't listen to me, you'll suffer. Even that senior brother with the innate martial god body died on this path of despair. Do you think you are stronger than that senior brother? Yi Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Martial Saint in 1 year, Martial Monarch in 10 years, Martial Emperor in 20 years. I don't even have the qualifications to look up to such a terrifying figure, let alone compete with him. However, sir, have you ever thought that those who walk on this path of despair are either peerless geniuses or those with the bloodline of the martial god. However, this is a path of despair. No matter if it's a genius or a mediocre person, our starting point is the same. Perhaps the path that those peerless geniuses couldn't walk, a mediocre person like me can walk it. Yi Fei's body was brimming with confidence. This was a strong belief that he had built up from the lowest point of his life, one step at a time. I don't have a powerful divine body like the ancient geniuses, nor do I have a powerful bloodline like the descendants of the martial gods. However, I do have one thing that I will never lose to anyone. That is my determination and faith in cultivating the martial way. Yi Fei looked at the stone puppet with bright eyes. He didn't say anything else. He had said everything that needed to be said. There had never been a moment in his life where he was so determined about something. That was, he wanted to become the strongest martial god. Sensing Yi Fei's determination, the stone puppet sighed. Sigh. We should have thought of this earlier. You didn't give up in the Azure Saint Palace. Now that you've left the Azure Saint Palace and personally experienced the power of despair, how could you give up so easily? However, Yi Fei, you must remember this. The path you walk is a path of despair, a path of divine retribution. In the future, every time you fuse these two powers, the heavenly Tao will send down heavenly tribulation to erase you. The more you fuse, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation will be until the heavenly Tao completely erases you. Are you sure you won't regret this? The stone puppet asked. I will walk my own path. I will never regret it. Big brother. Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, Yi Shanshan anxiously interrupted him. I won't allow you to die. Big brother, you will definitely succeed. In this world, there is nothing Big brother can't do. What was surprising was that although Yi Shanshan was crying, she didn't stop Yi Fei. Yi Fei was stunned for a moment before he smiled. This was his little sister. Even if he walked a path of despair that no one could understand, he still had his little sister. She would always stand behind him and support him. Shanshan, thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely not die. I still want to see you put on your dowry with my own eyes. Yi Fei lovingly stroked Yi Shanshan's head. Yi Shanshan was crying and laughing at the same time. At the same time, she was a little embarrassed. She stamped her feet and lowered her head. I don't want to get married. Ha ha, if you don't want to get married, then so be it. Big brother will take care of you for the rest of your life. Yi Fei joked with a smile. The rock puppet let out a cough and interrupted. You two siblings are really unafraid of death. The path to becoming a martial god is something that countless geniuses would feel despair about. No one has ever succeeded since the ancient times. Little Yi, it's not that I want to discourage you, but you still have some time before the second fusion. You can consider giving up. All right, this is for you. As the stone puppet spoke, it seemed to recall something. It dug around in its bucket of paint. Then, Yi Fei's face darkened as he saw the stone puppet take out a strange heart that gave off a strong qi and blood fluctuation. The qi and blood of that heart were too horrifying. It was even more horrifying than the aura of a martial monarch. The moment the stone puppet took it out, Yi Fei felt like he was facing a divine dragon, like he was suffocating. The stone puppet did not wait for Yi Fei to ask. It explained, this is the heart of a fiendish dragon. It was obtained from the body of a quasi-emperor level fiendish dragon. That way, even if you give up on the war demon's energy, you can still obtain a physical body that is no weaker than the war demon's energy by merging with this fiendish dragon's heart. What? This fiendish dragon's heart actually came from a quasi-emperor level fiendish dragon. Yi Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. For a moment, he forgot that the stone puppet gave him the fiendish dragon's heart to get him to give up on the war demon's energy. It would be great if I could absorb the fiendish dragon's energy without harming the war demon's energy. Yi Fei felt a little envious. Then his face flushed red. He realized that he had been too greedy. He had not even dealt with the Azura's energy and the war demon's energy in his body. Yet, he had set his sights on the fiendish dragon's energy. The stone puppet had a look of disdain on its face as it said, The geniuses of our Azura, holy palace, are all unrivaled under the heavens. However, when it comes to being the most fearless, greedy, and shameless, if you claim to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Little Yi, I admire you. Admire your sister. Chapter 908. An agreement, however. Looking at the demon dragon's heart in his hand, Yi Fei was filled with gratitude toward the stone puppet. Sir, thank you. Although Yi Fei did not intend to give up on the power of the war demon dragon, he knew that obtaining the heart of a quasi-emperor demon dragon would be extremely dangerous and arduous. Cough, cough. It's nothing. What relationship do I have with you? Not to mention one heart of the demonic dragon. Even if it were 10 hearts of the demonic dragon, I would still be able to obtain them easily. The stone puppet boasted. Yi Fei was truly impressed. As expected of Master, even 10 demonic dragons are no match for you. The grateful Yi Fei didn't notice that the stone puppet's face had turned slightly red when he said this. However, after angrily painting his face, the stone puppet's expression was quite calm. He waved his hand magnanimously and said, Little Yi, there's no need for words of gratitude. Of course, if you really want to thank me, I won't refuse. How about this? Just give your sister to me. What did you say? I dare you to say that again. Yi Fei was originally filled with gratitude, but when he heard this, his gratitude immediately turned into a thick murderous aura. Yi Shanshan also had a straight face. His body was already emitting a terrifying cold aura that instantly froze the surrounding vegetation. The stone puppet couldn't help but wipe away the non-existent cold sweat on its head. Out of habit, it had actually said the wrong thing. However, these two were truly siblings. When they were angry, their auras were more terrifying than the other. Brat Yi, don't get too excited. I see that your sister is a martial arts genius, and she's suitable to join our Six Paths Sacred Sect. The stone puppet's green eyes were practically glowing as it looked at Yi Shanshan. Only now did Yi Fei understand that the stone puppet wants Yi Shanshan to join the Six Paths Sacred Sect. He said with some doubt, Shanshan doesn't cultivate any martial arts. It seems like she won't be able to pass the Six Paths Sacred Sect assessment. Nonsense. A good girl like Shanshan, who comes from a northern domain and has a special bloodline, is clearly a talent that our six sacred sects need. Only the worst of the worst would need to go through those tests. If it's Shanshan, she doesn't need to go through the tests. She can choose from our 6 sacred palaces. The stone puppet excitedly said. Yi Fei's complexion darkened. It seemed that he was the trash that the stone puppet spoke of. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't figure out the exact realm of this stone, Yi Fei wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to tear it apart. The stone puppet ignored Yi Fei's dark complexion and walked directly to Yi Shanshan. It asked with a smile, Little sister, are you willing to go with me? Say something. Yi Shanshan's face was slightly red. She wasn't used to the stone puppet's way of speaking, but she still firmly said, I don't want to go with you, but I want to join the Six Paths Sacred Sect. Yi Fei frowned when he heard this. He thought that Yi Shanshan would always follow him. He didn't expect Yi Shanshan to choose to go with the stone puppet. He was slightly disappointed. Shanshan, have you really decided? Yes, brother, I've decided. If I follow you like this, I'll only be a burden to you. So I want to go to the Six Paths Sacred Sect to cultivate. I want to become stronger. I hope that one day I can stand in front of you and protect you instead of being protected by you. Yi Shanshan's expression was filled with determination. Yes, that's what you need. As long as you're willing to join the Six Paths Sacred Sect, I guarantee that within 10 years, you'll definitely surpass Yi Boy. You can even beat him up. The stone puppet continued to tempt her. It was still stepping on Yi Fei to tempt Yi Shanshan. Yi Fei swore in his heart again. If he knew who made this stone puppet, he would definitely beat that person to death 10,000 times. However, his sister's decision still made Yi Fei happy. After all, he really didn't have the strength to protect Yi Shanshan right now. If his sister continued to follow him, it would only delay her cultivation. On the other hand, no matter which of the Six Paths Sacred Sect Yi Shanshan joined, her future would be limitless. Yifei could only grit his teeth and threaten the stone puppet. Listen well, if my sister can't surpass me in 10 years, I'll go back and tear apart your stone body. Ha ha ha, boy, don't worry. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg. If you have time, you should think more about it. Once the second fusion occurs on the road of despair, you won't be able to turn back. Sigh. As the stone puppet spoke, a strange array suddenly appeared under its feet. At the same time, this array was connected to the vast starry sky. Shan, follow me. I'll bring you to see the true face of the Six Paths Sacred Sect. Brother, you must take care of yourself. Tears streamed down Yi Shanshan's face as she waved her hand and stepped into the spell formation with the stone puppet. Together, they shot up into the northern sky. Yifei could vaguely see the heaven-forsaken land and the 6 glorious sage palaces beneath it, all of them shining with dazzling light. At the center of the light, an old man looked at Yifei indifferently. There was helplessness in his eyes, but there was also deep encouragement. Yifei understood that the old man of the Six Paths Sacred Sect must have known that he cultivated the power of the war demon and the power of Azura. However, the old man didn't stop him. On the contrary, after learning of his choice, although he sighed, he still encouraged him. Yifei's despairing heart suddenly had a glimmer of hope. He bowed deeply to the old man, the stone puppet, and the magnificent Six Paths Sacred Sect. Senior, Master, I'll leave my sister in your hands. As long as I don't die on the road of despair, I will persevere. The road that others can't walk doesn't mean that I can't. I will definitely become the strongest martial god. Yifei stared in the direction of the North Sea until he couldn't see anything. Then, he looked casually at the heart of the demon dragon and shook his head. Although this thing is useless to me, it's still a token of appreciation from Master and that senior. Although I don't know how to use it, I can sell it to the San Luo Temple in exchange for large amounts of spirit stones and sacred bones. At the very least, I won't have to worry about spirit stones and sacred bones when I break through to the martial saint realm. After all, this was a quasi-emperor's heart of the demon dragon. It was extremely valuable. Yifei didn't feel at ease leaving such a treasure in his space belt. After thinking about it, he decided that the space in his beast mark was the safest. Therefore, he tossed the heart of the demon dragon into the space in his beast mark and found that Xiao Qiao was still sleeping. The dragon turtle was also obediently lying down on the ground as a pillow. Yifei smiled in relief and followed the trail of Xia Jun's aura. However, Yifei didn't know that not long after he tossed the heart of the demon dragon into the space in his beast mark, the dragon turtle, which was still lying down on the ground as a pillow, suddenly poked its head out furtively. It looked left and right and found that Xiao Qiao was still sleeping soundly. Yifei also withdrew his divine consciousness. The dragon turtle's eyes suddenly became as large as lanterns as it stared in shock at the heart of the demon dragon that Yifei had casually tossed in. The heart of the demon dragon. That's the heart of the demon dragon. The dragon turtle almost roared in excitement. The dragon turtle was ferocious and ferocious. It fed on flood dragons, and its body contained dragon blood. Of course, it could sense the terrifying demon dragon chi contained in the heart of the demon dragon at a glance. Chapter 909. The greedy dragon turtle. The sky was clear, and the wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. After bidding farewell to his sister and the stone puppet, Yifei and Xia Jun flew towards the small city they had discovered in the distance. This was a very ordinary town, but even so, there were many powerful warriors hidden inside. At the same time, their gazes were constantly sizing up the warriors who had entered the city. At the city gates, there were 3 portraits of Yifei, Yi Shanshan, and Xia Jun. Yifei felt a headache coming on. This Bailey Jun is really like a ghost that won't go away. He actually issued a warrant for my arrest so quickly. At this time, Yifei suddenly felt very fortunate that the stone puppet had taken his sister away. With the Bailey clan's attitude of not giving up until they caught him, it would be very dangerous for his sister to continue following him. Frowning, Xiaojun looked at the arrest warrant on the city wall and suggested, "Why don't we take another route? If we encounter Bailey Zhan again, we might not be able to escape." "No, there are only 3 paths to the imperial capital. As long as Bailey Zhan is not stupid, he will definitely arrange for experts to ambush us on all 3 paths. Now, we can only try our luck and hope that the person we meet along the way is not Bailey Zhan." Yi Fei sighed. There is still a huge gap between him and a special genius like Bailey Zhan. However, this gap was not insurmountable. As long as I can fuse the power of Azura and War Demon a second time, I might not necessarily lose to a special genius like Bailey Zhan. Yi Fei clearly knew that Bailey Zhan was looking for him everywhere, but he still dared to enter the city. The only reason he dared to do so was because Hu Yinxiao had given him the heaven and earth transformation secret technique before he left. Most importantly, Yi Fei wanted to sell the heart of the Phantom Dragon as soon as possible. As long as he sold the heart of the Phantom Dragon, he would have enough cultivation resources. And he had enough cultivation resources. He would be able to improve his Divine Battle Dao to the 5th level and merge the Despair Force for the 2nd time. Relying on the Heaven Transformation secret art and changing their appearances, the 2 of them successfully sneaked into the small city. Then he found an inn to stay in. Xiaojun planned to cultivate in seclusion. After witnessing the battle between Yi Fei and Bailey Zhan, as well as the might of the stone puppet soul summoning the 3 ultimate martial emperor's remnant soul, Xiaojun had actually comprehended something from it. When Yi Fei saw that Xiaojun was willing to work hard, he was also very happy. Only then did he take out the golden saber and the heavenly saber incantation. "Xiaojun, your divine fist sex martial arts are still too low. You can deal with ordinary martial artists, but you don't have any advantage against the young experts who are participating in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. This Emperor weapon and saber scripture are just right for you to increase your power." Xiaojun's eyes widened when he heard this. Imperial weapon? And the Saber Sutra? Oh my god, my Xiaojun finally made a name for myself. As a follower, Xiaojun did not need to be polite. He happily took the Saber Sutra and the Golden Saber, closed the door, and began to comprehend them. Yi Fei also returned to his room. He decided to sort out the treasures he had on him, especially the heart of the demon dragon. He had to treat it with caution. However, D*MN, where's the heart of the demon dragon? I clearly put it in the beast mark space. Could it be that Xiao Chao ate it? Yi Fei's face darkened. He realized that the heart of the demon dragon that he had thrown into the beast mark space had disappeared. However, Xiao Chao was a Lingji mushroom. Could it eat meat? He looked at Xiao Chao suspiciously and realized that Xiao Chao was still sleeping soundly. It seemed like there was no sign of him waking up. On the other hand, the dragon turtle was lying in the beast mark space. It looked like it had eaten too much and couldn't move. What Yi Fei couldn't tolerate the most was that there was a trace of blood at the side of the dragon turtle's mouth. The aura was exactly the same as the heart of the demon dragon. This D*MN turtle. It actually ate the heart of the demon dragon secretly. Yi Fei's body suddenly surged with a huge amount of murderous intent. It should be known that it was the heart of the demon dragon of the Boundary Emperor level. If he were to sell it, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Hence, he had specially put it in the beast mark space carefully. In the end, it was hard to guard against the turtle. Whoosh! In his rage, Yi Fei didn't think too much. With red eyes and a black face, he instantly grabbed the dragon turtle from the beast mark space and roared, D*MN turtle, give me back my heart of the demon dragon. That's a treasure worth tens of billions of spirit stones. You must spit it out. As he spoke, Yi Fei grabbed the dragon turtle's neck with all his strength and shook it vigorously. In any case, Yi Fei was at the earth-penetrating 5th stage and had an emperor weapon. He wasn't particularly afraid of this half-saint dragon turtle. Yi Fei's rage made him completely ignore the fact that the dragon turtle he was strangling was a tyrannical dragon turtle. This time, The dragon turtle's reaction was very strange. It allowed Yi Fei to choke it, but it didn't open its mouth. The dragon turtle understood that Yi Fei had discovered its act of eating the heart of the demon dragon and didn't resist. It simply shrank its limbs and head. The dragon turtle shrank into its shell. At the same time, its body emitted waves of heat. It was clearly increasing the speed at which it refined the heart of the demon dragon. Puffed. When Yi Fei saw the dragon turtle's actions, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then, without thinking, he picked up his imperial sacred sword and slashed at the dragon turtle crazily. Spit out! Hurry up and spit out! Damn it! That was a heart of the demon dragon worth tens of billions of spirit stones. In the end, it had been eaten by a turtle. Yi Fei only hoped that he could quickly kill this dragon turtle and see if he could still dig out the heart of the demon dragon. However, perhaps because it had eaten the heart of the demon dragon, the dragon turtle's shell had become even harder. Yi Fei slashed it a few hundred times, but he couldn't cause any damage to the dragon turtle. Then, the Yin's array formation couldn't withstand the shocking destruction of the imperial sacred sword and exploded into pieces with a boom. Xia Jun, who was cultivating next door, was immediately alarmed. Oh no, could the enemy have found us? Big brother, let's run. Xia Jun shouted. He took out two 10,000-mile instant talismans and ran to Yi Fei's room. Then, Xia Jun was stunned. He saw that Yi Fei had gone crazy and was actually slashing at a turtle with all his might. That turtle was also very strange. No matter how he slashed at it, he couldn't kill it. Vaguely, Xia Jun felt that the turtle looked a little familiar. Big brother, what are you? Cut the crap. Hurry up and find me a pot. Even if I can't kill it, I'm going to stew it for soup today. Yi Fei was too angry. Tens of billions of spirit stones had been swallowed by the dragon turtle, just like that. Now he felt like swallowing the dragon turtle in one gulp. Xia Jun didn't really go to find a pot, because when Yi Fei was crazily torturing the dragon turtle, many martial artists in the inn had already noticed that something was wrong with Yi Fei. That's an imperial sacred sword? This kid is still at earth-penetrating level 5. Could he be the Yi Fei that Bailey Zhan said he had to kill personally? Who cares? The Bailey clan said that as long as we can determine Yi Fei's location, we will be rewarded with tens of millions of spirit stones. If we can find his exact whereabouts, we will be rewarded with 100 million spirit stones. After all, money moved people's hearts. Once Bailey Zhan's reward was announced, all the martial artists within hundreds of thousands of miles had already gone crazy searching for Yi Fei. Chapter 9-10. Bailey Heisha. The actions of the martial artists in the tavern finally caused Yi Fei to wake up from his anger. Only now did he realize that in his impulsiveness, he had accidentally exposed his whereabouts. However, this was not his fault. It was entirely the dragon turtle's fault. If the dragon turtle did not steal the food, would he be so angry? That was the heart of the demon dragon worth 10 billion. Just like that, it was eaten clean by a turtle. If it was anyone else, they would probably go crazy from anger. Get lost. Don't ever let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Although Yi Fei did not go crazy from anger, he was still so angry that he kicked this stubborn dragon turtle out of the inn. At the same time, the two of them quickly left the inn and rushed out of the city. Stop! Bailey Zhan said that whoever can capture Yi Fei alive will be rewarded with 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. 1 billion? Hearing the words of these martial artists, Yi Fei secretly smacked his lips. At the same time, he was also shocked by the Bailey family's astonishing wealth. It seems that they're going all out in order to catch Xiao Chao. Xia Jun, catch me. I'll take you away. 100 miles in an instant. Boom. Without waiting for these martial artists to rush over, Yi Fei consumed 2 primordial spirits, grabbed Xia Jun, and teleported hundreds of miles away. However, Yi Fei, who was in the midst of teleporting, did not notice that just as he was about to activate his mystic technique and escape, the dragon turtle that had been kicked out suddenly stuck its head out furtively and looked around. When Yi Fei attempted to escape, A look of anxiety flashed in the dragon turtle's eyes. At first, the dragon turtle was filled with grief and indignation when Xiao Qiao dragged it into the beastmark space. However, after staying with Xiao Qiao for a period of time, the dragon turtle was shocked to find that even if it didn't dare to hurt Xiao Qiao, the spiritual energy that Xiao Qiao occasionally leaked out when he slept every day was even greater than the amount of spiritual energy it obtained from hunting the flood dragon. Without a doubt, staying by Xiao Qiao's side was very beneficial for the dragon turtle. As a result, the dragon turtle was starting to treat Yi Fei's beastmark space as its home. Naturally, it no longer had any animosity towards Yi Fei. Seeing that Yi Fei was trying to escape, the dragon turtle chased after him frantically. Soon, a strange scene appeared in the eyes of many warriors. In the sky, Yi Fei grabbed Xia Jun and instantly teleported out of the city. At the same time, a tortoise on the ground also teleported out. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How can that tortoise teleport? This tortoise is too crazy. Don't think too much about it. Let's chase after them first. The Bailey clan's Bailey Heisha is nearby. Boom. As these cultivators spoke, Bailey Heisha was sitting in the direction of the city lord's mansion, waiting for Yi Fei to take the bait. When he heard that Yi Fei had shown himself, Bailey Heisha was overjoyed. Haha, that's great. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Yi Fei, stand still and accept your death. Bailey Heisha charged into the sky with a cold gaze. Even though they were 100 miles apart, Yi Fei could feel the power of Bailey Heisha's aura. He's a martial sage. A serious look flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. Although he knew that the Bailey clan would definitely arrange for experts to ambush him, he did not expect that the Bailey clan would send a martial sage expert. Xia Jun, how many 10,000-mile instant talismans do you have? I have 3 more left. Xia Jun pulled a long face. Yi Fei was also stunned. However, he could not care less about the 10,000-mile instant talisman as he was being chased by a martial sage. Xia Jun, let's run. Pa! Yi Fei crushed the 10,000-mile instant talisman. Xia Jun did the same. The two of them turned into a dazzling golden light and instantly teleported thousands of miles away. Many cultivators' faces changed when they saw this. It's the 10,000-mile instant talisman. Where did Yi Fei come from? Why does he have so many treasures on him? Many people finally understood why the Bailey clan had paid such a high price to kill Yi Fei. Obviously, Yi Fei was not a simple person. Bailey Heisha sneered, "Humph, it's just the 10,000-mile instant talisman. Although this kind of ancient talisman is rare, it's not like the Bailey clan doesn't have it. Yi Fei, where do you think you're going?" Whoosh. In order to deal with Yi Fei, Bailey Heisha had made ample preparations. A 10,000-mile instant talisman appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he also disappeared from the sky above the city lord's mansion. However, Yi Fei and Bailey Heisha did not notice that when they were teleporting, the dragon turtle on the ground saw Yi Fei using the 10,000-mile instant talisman to escape and instantly became anxious. Seeing that its new home was about to leave and that it could no longer absorb the strange energy emitted by the Xiao Qiao, the dragon turtle's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of brutality. Roar! It let out a deep roar, and its entire body shone with golden light. With a terrifying speed, it rushed into the sky and chased after Yi Fei anxiously. Unfortunately, at this moment, many cultivators' attention was attracted by the appearance of Bailey Heisha. They did not notice that the dragon turtle was also following behind and teleporting crazily. Instead, a child playing in the city was extremely surprised to see the dragon turtle take off. The child was so shocked that his jaw almost fell off. "Grandpa, look, there's a dragon turtle flying in the sky." When the child discovered something strange, he immediately informed his parents. The child's grandfather was taken aback when he heard this. He looked at the sky curiously and realized that there was nothing there. The old man immediately flew into a rage. He thought of other children. When they were 10 years old, Those with good talent had already broken through to the martial ancestor realm. This kid, on the other hand, did not cultivate diligently all day. Now, he even dared to lie to him. When he grew up in the future, wouldn't that be a great humiliation to the family? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The old man picked up a metal rod and chased after the child to hit him. "Brat, where did this dragon turtle come from? You don't cultivate diligently and only know how to play and lie all day. I'll beat you to death today." "Pa! Pa!" The old man did not show any mercy with his metal rod. After all, a child who cultivated martial arts was not so easily beaten to death. The child was instantly stunned. "Grandpa, I'm not lying. Why are you hitting me?" The child cried out, feeling wronged. "Brat, you still dare to speak? I think you're not cultivating diligently and have gone berserk." Seeing that the child still dared to talk back, the old man simply picked up another metal rod and hit him with both rods at the same time. The child was so frightened that he cried loudly. Under the threat of the rod, he quickly knelt down and cried as he admitted his mistake. Grandpa knows his mistake. There are no dragons in the sky. I was just seeing things." Yifei had no idea that the dragon turtle that he had kicked away had actually caught up to him. It had even unintentionally caused a child to have a sad childhood. The effect of the 10,000-mile instant talisman was only 10,000 miles away. With such a distance, it was obviously impossible to escape the pursuit of a martial sage like Bailey Hay-Shaw. "Brat, where do you think you're going?" Boom! From 100 miles away, Bailey Hay-Shaw had already unleashed a gigantic black demonic hand. Like a demonic god, it crossed the distance of 100 miles and grabbed at Yifei. This was the terrifying aspect of a martial sage. 100 miles was just a snap of a finger for a martial sage. Chapter 9:11. Dragon Turtle Strikes. What else can we do? You run for your life first. I'll lure him away. Yifei fiercely pushed Xia Jun to one side, while he rushed to the other side. He planned to split up and escape, and at the same time, draw Bailey Hay-Shaw's attention away from Xia Jun. Sure enough, Bailey Hay-Shaw did not even bother to look at Xia Jun when he realized that Xia Jun was only a half-step almighty. "Don't worry about this lackey. She's most likely hiding on Yifei's body. As long as we capture Yifei, Hay-Shaw, will be the greatest contributor to the Bailey clan." Ha ha ha. Boom! As the 100-mile black fiend laughed heartily, a huge demonic hand finally crossed the distance of 100 miles. Ignoring Xia Jun, the black fiend concentrated all his strength into the demonic hand, which shattered the void and made a grab for Yifei's body. Kill. Man and sword is one. Heavenly sword art. Yifei did not retreat. He suddenly fused with the Imperial Saint sword in his hand, forming a huge heavenly sword. At the same time, he activated the heavenly sword art. In the sky, the vigorous sword chi formed a sword mountain. It rose from the ground and pierced straight towards the huge demonic hand. Boom! The sword light and the demonic hand shattered at the same time. Bailey Hay-Shaw grinned evilly. His hands suddenly formed a seal. The shattered demonic hand suddenly turned into tens of thousands of black rays of light. It was like a scorching sun that illuminated the sky and devoured the earth. Devil's son Calamity. Xiao Chun was a martial sage after all. To think that the black fiend still had such a killing move in the hands of the demon. Yifei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had already comprehended his battle instincts. Although his reaction was a little slow, he could not keep up with the changes in the martial saint's moves. However, when the demonic hand exploded, Yifei quickly condensed the purple gold Tai Chi and perfectly protected himself. It also blocked the demonic sun's light from harming him. How is this possible? You're just a junior of the earth-penetrating 5th stage. How can you block the attack of a martial saint? Bailey Hay-Shaw was shocked. If he wasn't sure that Yifei didn't have a special bloodline, he would have suspected that Yifei was also a genius with a special bloodline. But soon after, Hay-Shaw's face turned ferocious again. I don't care what's strange about you. I'm a martial saint in the second layer of the connecting heaven realm. I don't believe that I can't take down a junior like you. Die, junior. Bailey Blackfiend roared angrily. While Yi Fei was blocking the Devil Sun disaster, he quickly rushed to within 1,000 meters of Yi Fei from 100 miles away. He opened his arms, and a terrifying black, demonic light appeared in his palms. He planned to use his strongest power to kill Yi Fei. He didn't plan to give Yi Fei any chance to resist. Boom! The power of heaven and earth of the second stratum of heaven span exploded out, creating an invisible pressure that caused the violet gold Taiji shield to shrink by half. This was the difference in strength between both sides. It's not that the violet gold Taiji isn't strong. It's just that the gap between my cultivation level and Bailey Blackfiend's is too big. Yi Fei smiled bitterly and quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't stupid enough to fight a martial saint head-on. Sensing that Xia Jun had escaped to a safe distance, Yi Fei was about to use the 100 miles instant to continue fleeing. Roar! At this time, Yi Fei and Bailey Heisha didn't realize that a turtle the size of a face had suddenly teleported over from the sky where they were fighting. At the same time, the dragon turtle's body kept expanding as it moved. A thick demonic aura and a violent fire aura appeared on its body. Xia Jun felt that he was too unlucky. Ever since he followed Yi Fei, he was either being chased or on the way to being chased. Being an underling is really a tough life. Beauty's a middle ground. It's not that I don't love you. It's just that I can't reciprocate your love in time. Beauty's farewell. I'll love you again in my next life. Xia Jun looked hopeless as he closed his eyes and waited for death. Upon hearing his words, the dragon turtle's expression became very strange. It was a gloomy expression that couldn't be described. At the same time, the dragon turtle had no intention of killing Yi Fei. There was only one person in its eyes, and that was Bailey Blackfiend. This was especially so when it saw that Bailey Blackfiend was about to kill Yi Fei. The dragon turtle couldn't hold back anymore. It should be known that the dragon turtle was very territorial. Since it had decided to make Yi Fei's beast mark space its nest, it definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Furthermore, Xiao Qiao was still sleeping inside. Therefore, when its body expanded to its maximum size, the dragon turtle suddenly roared violently and used the 100 miles instant. In an instant, the dragon turtle, which was bigger than a mountain, moved from the sky above Xia Jun's head to Bailey Blackfiend's head. It ignored all of Bailey Blackfiend's attacks. Boom! Like a mountain falling from the sky, the dragon turtle used its huge body to crush Bailey Blackfiend. Evil creature, how dare you? Bailey Blackfiend was completely stunned at this moment. He couldn't understand why a dragon turtle would appear when he was chasing after Yi Fei. It was as if it had a blood feud with him and wanted to attack him the moment they met. However, vicious beasts were violent, and the dragon turtle was a representative of them. Bailey Blackfiend didn't know that this dragon turtle was thrown away by Yi Fei because he didn't want it anymore. He thought that the place where he was chasing after Yi Fei was coincidentally near the dragon turtle's nest. Damn it, I didn't expect a dragon turtle to build a nest here. Dragon turtle, listen to me. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I just want to kill that brat. Bailey Blackfiend tried to explain to the dragon turtle. Even a martial sage would have trouble dealing with a dragon turtle. Most importantly, it was entirely possible for Yi Fei to escape while he was fighting with the dragon turtle. Roar! The dragon turtle's reply was a terrifying dragon flame filled with the aura of a demonic dragon. The dragon flame was so terrifying that it melted the ground into fiery red lava. Bailey Blackfiend, who was facing the dragon turtle directly, was instantly enraged. Evil creature, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Those who block me will die. Bailey Blackfiend was a martial sage in the second stage of the heaven-piercing realm after all. He wasn't afraid of the dragon turtle. He unleashed all his strength, and a raging demonic flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Finally, the demonic flame condensed into a huge black fire palm and slammed it mercilessly towards the dragon turtle. Demonic flame palm. the Bailey family's top martial arts technique. It was second only to Bailey Zhen's 100 Demon Taboo. Even from 1,000 meters away, Yi Fei could feel the terror of the palm technique. My purple gold Tai Chi can't block this palm. Once Bailey Black Fiend attacks, I'll definitely die. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run for our lives. Xia Jun thought that the dragon turtle was chasing after them like Bailey Black Fiend. Yi Fei couldn't explain in front of them and could only nod. While the dragon turtle and Bailey Black Fiend were fighting, Yi Fei took Xia Jun and teleported 100 miles away. Stop right there. Bailey Black Fiend roared furiously. He slammed his palm towards the dragon turtle and retreated at the same time. He wanted to get rid of the dragon turtle and intercept Yi Fei. The dragon turtle's eyes suddenly revealed a disdainful smile. Seeing the demonic flame palm coming, the dragon turtle suddenly retracted his limbs and head and hid in his turtle shell. At the same time, his mountain-like body spun crazily, creating a terrifying hurricane. In an instant, the demonic flame palm and Bailey Black Fiend were smashed into pieces. Chapter 9:12. The black evil spirit fled in defeat as one of the 10 vicious beasts. The dragon turtle was good at defense, not offense. Even the heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage would find it difficult to break the dragon turtle's hard shell. Now that the dragon turtle had eaten the heart of the demon dragon, its defense had increased by a few levels. Yi Fei wielded his Emperor-based Saint Sword and slashed a few hundred times, but he was still unable to break the dragon turtle's shell. It was impossible for the black evil spirit to break the dragon turtle's defense with one palm strike. The dragon turtle took advantage of the black evil spirit's carelessness. Its huge body, with its high speed and weight, crashed into the black evil spirit. Bam! How is this possible? The black evil spirit was shocked. He had thought that even if his demonic flame palm could not kill the dragon turtle, it could easily push it back. However, the dragon turtle's defense was beyond his imagination. It was a half-saint level dragon turtle, but its strong defense made the black evil spirit, a martial sage, shocked. The black evil spirit's injury angered him. He no longer chased after the dragon turtle. Instead, he unleashed all the power of his primordial spirit. The black evil spirit transformed into a black knife, shattering the void and tearing the heavens. Even the stars seemed to tremble under his knife. Demon God Slash. With a cold voice, the black knife slashed at the dragon turtle's huge body with unparalleled power. He wanted to kill the dragon turtle completely. The dragon turtle roared angrily. It spat out a demonic aura from its mouth. Then, the demonic aura turned into a terrifying demonic flame, trying to stop the black knife. However, the black knife was too scary. After all, he was a martial sage in the second heaven ascension realm. The black evil spirit's attack power was terrifying. His knife actually split the dragon turtle's flames in half. Xia Jun was dumbfounded. The black evil spirit is so strong that even the dragon turtle is not his match. That's not necessarily true. Although the dragon turtle's cultivation level is low, the heart of the demon dragon has already made its defense terrifying. The dragon turtle may not lose. Yi Fei hid behind a cliff and watched the battle. Vaguely, Yi Fei felt that the dragon turtle was different from before. It was no longer tyrannical and did not seem to be hostile towards him. Instead, the appearance of a dragon turtle saved Yi Fei's life. Yi Fei decided not to leave. He wanted to see how things would develop. Besides, it was not that easy for him to leave. Not only does the black evil spirit have the 10,000-mile instant talisman, he also has the void teleportation talisman that can teleport him 30,000 miles away. It is unwise to compete with him in terms of escaping speed. I might as well hide here and take advantage of the situation. Confuse the Black Fiend. Yi Fei watched the dragon turtle in battle with bright eyes. At this moment, the dragon turtle had already spat out a second mouthful of dragon flames. The dragon turtle's massive body was like an erupting volcano. The The terrifying dragon flames made Yi Fei feel the scorching temperature in the air even from 100 miles away. "Dragon tortoise die!" Bailey Black, evil spirit, roared angrily. If not for the dragon turtle, he would have killed Yi Fei long ago. Why would he watch as Yi Fei disappeared? In his anger, he immediately decided to vent his anger on the dragon turtle. The massive black saber tore through space with unparalleled strength and finally slashed the dragon turtle's massive body. At this moment, the dragon turtle suddenly roared. Mysterious runic patterns suddenly appeared on its hard turtle shell. Then, the runic patterns rapidly expanded. Even Yi Fei did not know that the dragon turtle's turtle shell had a miraculous turtle back array hidden on it. Under the effects of this array formation, the dragon turtle's turtle shell had a mysterious turtle back array. Under the effects of this array, the dragon turtle's defense became even more terrifying. Yi Fei could vaguely see that the dragon turtle's defense was not as simple as it seemed. The turtle back array on its back seemed to have the ability to reflect attacks after it was released. Boom! Black evil spirit's saber beam slashed down, causing sparks to fly from the dragon turtle's back. However, the dragon turtle's defense remained strong. The one who was injured was Black Evil Spirit. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened. He dispelled the state of being one with the saber and said in shock, "How is this possible? Isn't this dragon turtle one of the vicious beasts? How can it use array formations?" If it was an ordinary dragon turtle, Black Evil Spirit would have severely injured it with his second-tier ascension strength. However, the dragon turtle in front of him was very strange. Not only was its defense terrifying, but could also use array formations to strengthen its defense. Instead of saying that Black Evil Spirit was injured by the dragon turtle, it was more accurate to say that he was injured by his own attack. Roar! The dragon turtle also seized the opportunity when Black Evil Spirit was injured. Knowing that its dragon flames were useless against Black Evil Spirit, the dragon turtle suddenly opened its mouth and spat out dragon flames that suddenly transformed into a terrifying saber beam that slashed at Black Evil Spirit. Xia Jun's eyes widened when he saw this. Damn, this dragon turtle is becoming a spirit. Not only does it know array formations, but it also knows saber techniques. Why do I feel that it's very similar to the heavenly saber arts recorded in the saber scripture? What do you mean it's similar? That's definitely it. Yi Fei nodded with certainty. He didn't need to guess to know that the dragon turtle must have secretly learned the saber scripture and array scripture when he placed them in the beast mark space. However, it was already very rare for vicious beasts to be able to use array formations. It could even use martial arts. Yi Fei was speechless when he thought about it. What kind of tortoise had he unintentionally raised? Saber Chi. Where did this dragon turtle come from? It can even release Saber Chi. Black Evil Spirit was so angry that he spat out blood. This dragon turtle was already very smelly and hard to fight. This dragon turtle was so heaven-defying that it had learned human martial arts. Black Evil Spirit was completely disgusted by this dragon turtle. Due to the existence of the dragon turtle's array formation, it was very difficult for the Black Fiend's attack to injure the dragon turtle. Most importantly, the array formation could even reflect his attack. If he was not careful, he would end up cutting himself. This wasn't the most disgusting thing about the dragon turtle. After defending, the dragon turtle could still release Saber Chi and find an opportunity to attack. If this continued, even if Black Evil Spirit used up all the vital essence in his body, he might not be able to kill the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle might even seize the opportunity to kill him. Damn it! Which bastard taught this dragon turtle how to use array formations and martial arts? Yi Fei, you're lucky to have met this dragon turtle. Next time, I'll definitely find an opportunity to tear you into pieces. Oomph. As a martial sage, Black Evil Spirit's strength was very terrifying. He retreated as he fought. He took the time to look into the distance and realized that Yi Fei had already run away. Black Evil Spirit didn't want to fight with the dragon turtle anymore. He once again sent the dragon turtle flying with his saber. Black Evil Spirit hurriedly escaped with his fastest speed. He planned to avoid the dragon turtle's territory before chasing after Yi Fei. However, Black Evil Spirit would never have thought that Yi Fei would be so bold. Not only did Yi Fei not run away when he was being chased by a martial sage and the dragon turtle, he even hid 100 miles away and secretly watched the battle. When he saw that even a martial sage was forced to flee when facing the dragon turtle, Xia Jun was so scared that his face turned white. Big brother, let's run away quickly. Even martial sage can't deal with this dragon turtle. If it finds out that we're hiding here, roar. Chapter 9:13. Beast King's City Boom. After defeating He Sha, the dragon turtle moved to the cliff where Yi Fei was hiding in the blink of an eye. It raised its head and assumed the posture of a victor. Of course, it was the posture of a dragon turtle. In Xia Jun's eyes, it was a sign that the dragon turtle was enraged and was about to go on a killing spree. Seeing that Yi Fei did not leave even under such circumstances and even brought him out to meet the dragon turtle's gaze, the shock was too great. Xia Jun could not take it anymore. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Yi Fei also looked speechlessly at the fainted Xia Jun. Wasn't it just a dragon turtle? Did he have to be so scared? It looked like Xia Jun still had to go through more training. Shaking his head, Yi Fei glared at the dragon turtle and said, "Dragon turtle, who are you trying to scare by becoming so big? Look at how you scared Xia Jun until he fainted. Do you believe that I won't call Xiao Chao to teach you a lesson?" With Xiao Chao's support, Yi Fei was very confident. Even if the dragon turtle could beat the warrior sage away, it would turn into a turtle in an instant when faced with Xiao Chao's vine whip. It could only lie on the ground. Yi Fei's words also gave the dragon turtle a fright. Without Yi Fei's urging, the dragon turtle's mountain-like body quickly shrunk and turned into a small crystal turtle. It nimbly crawled toward Yi Fei and even rubbed against Yi Fei's trousers in a fawning manner. Yi Fei was about to wake Xiao Chao up, but the dragon turtle's actions made him change his mind. A strange idea popped up in his mind. "Dragon turtle, what do you mean?" Yi Fei probed. The dragon turtle roared in dragon language and pointed at the beast mark space. Then, it nimbly crawled toward Yi Fei's shoulder along his trousers. The dragon turtle's motive was obvious. It wanted to enter the beast mark space. Yi Fei was speechless again. Didn't they say that dragon turtles were very violent? Could it be that this dragon turtle had masochistic tendencies? Was it used to being beaten up by Xiao Chao that it refused to leave? However, this might be a good thing. If this dragon turtle is willing to listen to me, then in the future, when he meets the Black Fiend, he doesn't need to do anything. He can just release the dragon turtle and kill the Black Fiend. Thinking of this, Yi Fei didn't reject the dragon turtle. He allowed it to climb onto his shoulder and said, "Dragon turtle, let me ask you, are you really willing to follow us?" The dragon turtle nodded. Yi Fei was secretly delighted. No matter what the dragon turtle's motive was, with the dragon turtle following him, he wouldn't have to worry about facing a martial sage. Yi Fei immediately decided to forgive the dragon turtle and gain a powerful fighter by his side. Then, Yi Fei's expression turned serious again. He stared coldly at the dragon turtle and said, "Dragon turtle, you can follow us, but you must promise that you won't hurt Xiao Chao. If you dare to do anything to Xiao Chao, I will kill you no matter how strong you are. Do you understand?" Roar, roar. The dragon turtle roared twice and nodded vigorously again. Its gaze became very determined. It was obvious that the dragon turtle had no intention of hurting Xiao Chao. Firstly, the dragon turtle had been beaten up by Xiao Chao. Secondly, it absorbed more energy by staying by Xiao Chao's side every day than it did by painstakingly capturing a flood dragon. The dragon turtle wasn't stupid. At this moment, it wanted to worship Xiao Chao like a little ancestor. How could it bear to hurt Xiao Chao? Yi Fei was relieved when he saw this. He thought to himself, vicious beasts are different from humans. They are rarely cunning and won't go back on their words. Since the dragon turtle said that it won't hurt Xiao Chao, it will definitely do it. However, to be safe, I have to observe this dragon turtle for a while. Yifei didn't immediately put the dragon turtle back into the beastmark space. He decided to leave the dragon turtle outside for the time being. Then, he woke Xiajun up. I'm actually fine. Xiajun, actually survived 2 encounters with the dragon turtle. Xiajun was so happy when he woke up and realized that he was fine. Before Yifei could explain, Xiajun noticed that there was a small crystal turtle lying on Yifei's shoulder. Xiajun gritted his teeth and scolded angrily. "Big brother, you caught this turtle. Just nice, I was scared by that dragon turtle just now. Today, I'll stew this turtle into soup to boost my courage." Yifei saw that Xiajun was actually holding the dragon turtle by its tail in his hand. He knew that he couldn't hide the truth from Xiajun. Xiajun, don't get agitated when you hear this. Actually, what you're holding in your hand is the dragon turtle. Being held by its tail, the dragon turtle raised its head in dissatisfaction and glared at Xiajun violently. If it weren't for Yifei's instructions not to hurt people, with the dragon turtle's temper, it would have already spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. Xiajun also widened his eyes and looked at the little turtle in his hand. The more he looked, the more he realized that the little turtle in his hand was a miniature version of the dragon turtle. Heavens, I'm actually holding the dragon turtle. I even wanted to eat it just now. Oh my god. Dong. Xiajun and the dragon turtle stared at each other for a while. Then, their eyes rolled back and they fainted again. Yifei almost vomited blood when he saw this. "Xiajun, can you be a little more mature? This dragon turtle doesn't bite. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and get up. Let's leave quickly." Yifei walked over and kicked the dragon turtle. Although the dragon turtle had forced the black demon to retreat, it was only temporary. With how much the Bailey family valued Xiao Chao, they would definitely make a comeback. Now, Yifei naturally ran as fast as he could. Xiajun was only pretending to faint. After being kicked by Yifei, he immediately got up and ran with Yifei. At the same time, he looked at the dragon turtle on Yifei's shoulder with fear and said, "Big brother, how did you subdue this dragon turtle?" It's said that the dragon turtle is the most violent of the 10 great vicious beasts. It's impossible to subdue it. "Oh, I didn't subdue it. It followed us willingly. It couldn't be driven away no matter how hard I tried," Yifei replied casually. Xiajun almost vomited blood when he heard this. Comparisons were odious indeed. Even martial sages could only run away helplessly when they saw the dragon turtle. In the end, when it came to Yifei, the dragon turtle followed him willingly. Seeing Yifei's expression, which seemed to be a little disdainful, Xiajun really wanted to roar, "Big brother, since you don't like it, then let go of the dragon turtle and let me have it. I definitely won't dislike it." Of course, Xiajun didn't know that the reason Yifei could make the dragon turtle follow him willingly was partly because of his luck. After all, in the heaven-forsaken land, Yifei had already used the dark yellow energy hidden in the Annihilation sword to change his fate. He also had a strong luck. It was just that this kind of luck couldn't be seen at Yifei's level. However, under the influence of this luck, even if Yifei was a person abandoned by the heaven-forsaken land, he would still be plagued with disasters. He could often turn danger into safety and misfortune into fortune. As he was worried that he would be hunted down by martial sages, Yifei didn't dare to stay for even a moment. He only sped up his journey. Yifei didn't encounter any pursuit from the Bailey family for a month. Only then did he decide to temporarily settle down in a city. After looking at the map to the imperial capital, Yifei chose to settle down in the territory of the Beast King City. The Beast King City was different from other cities. In the Beast King City, vicious beasts could be seen at any time. Not only did they not harm people, they were also domesticated by martial artists. Even a most ordinary family would raise a few low-level vicious beasts to guard their homes. As for the vicious beasts that entered the Beast King City, they were at least martial venerables. Among them, vicious beasts that were comparable to titled martial artist Wu Jun could be seen at any time. Chapter 9:14. Money-making plan halt. Cultivators must pay a tax of 100 high-grade spirit stones to enter Beast King City. Beast King City was the same as other places. Cultivators from other places had to pay spirit stones to enter. This was also a way for the Central Province Empire to increase their income. Yi Fei and Xia Jun understood and handed over 100 spirit stones at the same time. However, the soldier guarding the city gate was still very dissatisfied. Don't you know the rules? Vicious beasts entering the city also have to pay spirit stones. Damn, vicious beasts also have to pay spirit stones. Yi Fei was very depressed. The city lord of Beast King City was probably obsessed with money. This is the rule of our Beast King City. It targets all vicious beasts entering the city. The soldier guarding the city gate explained. Although he was just a small soldier, he was still a genuine martial king expert. In the northern region, he could be considered a hero of a region. However, in the central province, martial kings were everywhere. This person could only be a soldier. Yi Fei had no choice but to pay another 100 spirit stones before entering Beast King City with the dragon turtle. This was a huge city that was even more prosperous than Wind King City. As soon as Yi Fei entered, he heard countless hawking voices. Come, take a look. Vicious eggs laid by high-grade, martial, Saint Vicious beasts. If you pay a martial Saint Vicious beasts, you'll be rich. A newly caught flood dragon cub from the deep sea. First come, first served, limited quantity. The Colosseum has formed a team for the group battle. We're short of one person. Which brother has a powerful beast? Come and talk. Selling all kinds of vicious beasts, inner cores, materials, and a small amount of elixirs to heal vicious beasts. The price is negotiable. Yi Fei's horizons were broadened when he entered Beast King City. It seemed that the people here, regardless of whether they lived or fought, were closely related to vicious beasts. Yi Fei couldn't help but recall that there was also a Beast King City in Luo Shi's hometown. However, the scale of that Beast King City was like the difference between a small village and a large city. Calculating the time, it has been more than a year since I went out to sea. I wonder if Luo Shi has gone out to sea. How are senior brother Jing and the others living in the Divine Fist sect? Yi Fei couldn't help but feel nostalgic as he listened to the hawking around him and felt the prosperity of Zhongzhou. Xia Jun, on the other hand, chatted with one stall after another excitedly. Not long after, Xia Jun found out a lot of useful information. He ran back and said, "Big brother, I've asked around. There's no one from the Bailey family in Beast King City. There's also the Sun Luo Hall in the city." What? There's also the Sun Luo Hall here? Yi Fei was a little surprised. The places where the Sun Luo Hall was stationed were all large cities or important regions. However, seeing that the Beast King City was as large as a country in the northern region, it was reasonable for the Sun Luo Hall to exist. However, the fact that the Bailey family didn't issue a warrant for him in Beast King City showed the strength of the Beast King City. Even the Bailey family was afraid of the Beast King City. "Big brother, we don't have many spirit stones for cultivation. Do you think we should go to the Sun Luo Hall to sell some things?" Xia Jun said again. Hearing this, Yi Fei's face immediately darkened. He glared at the dragon turtle lying on his shoulder. If it wasn't for the dragon turtle secretly eating the heart of the demon dragon, he would have become a super rich man with 10 billion upper-rank spirit stones. He wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones. Forget it. The Bailey family has issued a warrant for us everywhere. Whoever provides us with clues will be rewarded with hundreds of millions of spirit stones. If we go to the Sun Luo Hall, it's very likely that we'll be walking into a trap. Yi Fei shook his head. After all, the Sun Luo Hall was a black market. It was hard to guarantee that the people inside wouldn't betray them. What about the Merchant Alliance? How about the Merchant Alliance? Xia Jun asked again. I don't think so. Yi Fei shook his head again and reminded Xia Jun, don't forget that the Bailey family even sent out a martial sage to kill us. Who knows if they have spies in the Beast King City? We'd better be careful. However, there's still about a year before the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking starts. During this period of time, we can't possibly do nothing. right? Xia Jun said gloomily. Hearing this, Yifei was gloomy too. He was used to using spirit stones to cultivate. He couldn't stand the slow speed of cultivating by meditating and cultivating qi every day. Even though he had 12 primordial spirits, the higher a warrior's realm was, the more spirit qi he needed to absorb. With such a huge amount of spirit qi, there were many warriors who couldn't break through a realm in 100 years, let alone 10 years. Especially now, it was a crucial time for the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking to start. It seems like I have to think of a way to earn a huge amount of spirit stones. For example, people like Bailey Zhen, Jiang Cheng, and Lining. Why did they break through so quickly? That's because they have strong families behind them that provide them with spirit stones to cultivate. If I want to catch up with them, I have to work hard on spirit stones. Thinking of this, Yifei instructed Xia Jun, go and find out where we can earn a huge amount of spirit stones in the Beast King city. All right, Xia Jun wasn't good at fighting, but he was good at communicating. Very soon, he found out the information he wanted. He ran back happily and said, "Big brother, I found out." They said that the most profitable place in the Beast King city is the bestial fighting arena. The lowest price for a fight there is 100,000 upper spirit stones. Yifei's eyes lit up. The bestial fighting arena was an interesting place. Moreover, the dragon turtle ate the heart of the demon dragon that was worth 10 billion spirit stones. It was time to make the turtle spit out some of it. All right, let's go to the bestial fighting arena. Yifei led the dragon turtle and Xia Jun to a magnificent building. It was a towering dragon that was crawling on the ground. This is the bestial fighting arena. Those people were right. This place is even more magnificent than the Imperial Palace. Xia Jun exclaimed. It's not just the Imperial Palace. This bestial fighting arena is clearly built according to the shape of the Tianwu continent. However, to be able to build such a building, it shows how powerful the people behind the bestial fighting arena are. Yifei was shocked. Yifei had seen the Tianwu continent in the Chaotic Ocean's Starsex Observatory with his own eyes. It was a huge dragon that was crawling on the ground. However, he didn't know who had cut off the dragon's head and tail, causing the martial Tao of the Tianwu continent to decline rapidly. When they walked into the bestial fighting arena, they heard a sea of people shouting. Most of them were the roars of the vicious beasts. The vicious beasts were aggressive. The people's shouts stimulated the ferocity of the vicious beasts. There were also many newcomers who entered the bestial fighting arena with Yifei. There were also staff members here who were in charge of receiving newcomers like Yifei. The person who received Yifei was an ordinary staff member in the first stage of Wujun realm. He first looked at Yifei's realm and realized that Yifei was actually in the 5th stage of the Earth Thorough realm. His expression immediately became respectful. Greetings, Senior. My name is Li Ming. I'm Senior's newcomer instructor. May I ask if the vicious beasts you're participating in the bestial fighting arena, are they this Senior? Li Ming's words sounded a bit tongue-twisting. However, Yifei knew that many vicious beasts actually had the ability to take human form. The key was when the vicious beasts chose to take human form. However, when he saw that Li Ming actually treated Xia Jun as one of the vicious beasts, Yifei couldn't help but laugh loudly. On the other hand, Xia Jun was so angry that he almost fainted. F*CKU. What kind of look is that? This young master is a human, not a vicious beast. Which part of your eyes are looking at me like I'm a vicious beast? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.